Good evening. The November 18th Board of Education meeting is now in session. Please rise for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies. Being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor? Minutes are passed. Item 2.04, establish agenda order. Mrs. Nally?
Thank you. I move that this board take agenda items 4.09 and 4.10 out of order and take them up after item 4.02.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, we will move those action items up. Item 2.05, recognitions. We have a board recognition tonight to recognize the winners of a poster contest.
Good evening. I'm Gail Cicero, the Director of Student Services, and it's my pleasure to be here tonight to help present this evening's award. Before I begin, I'd like to invite Dr. Alato and the members of the board to please come forward. We talk a lot about the value of community partnerships, and tonight's presentation is a perfect example of how our school system and community groups work together to create a better community. The Olivia Constance Foundation is a valued partner of AACPS, provides grants, scholarships, and other monetary rewards to students through their special programs. The Constance Foundation clearly shares our belief that the education of youth and building strong character are essential for young people. We sincerely appreciate the commitment of this foundation, which was put in place to honor Olivia and allow her spirit to have a positive impact on young people. The foundation keeps Olivia's spirit alive, supporting youth and programs in Anne Arundel County. In particular, tonight, 3 students will be recognized for their outstanding posters with messages related to anti-bullying. We are proud to honor these young people for their talent and dedication to help others experience a world with less bullying. Today, Chloe Constance, board member and sister of Olivia, is here to recognize the winners of this year's contest. Chloe is a recent graduate of Old Dominion University and studied geology. She is currently working as a GIS analyst with a global engineering company in Colombia.
Good evening. As Gail said, I am Chloe Constance, and I'm very glad to be here this evening. The Olivia Constance Foundation was started in the fall of 2011 in memory of my sister, Olivia Constance, a Broad Neck High school student who lost her life at the age of 14 from a tragic sailing accident here in Annapolis. Our mission statement is to do all the good we can for whoever we can in the spirit of Olivia. We were moved to start the foundation partly because of Olivia's larger-than-life personality, her sweet deposition, her contagious laugh, her love for life, and the way she valued and treasured her relationship and friends. The foundation does a number of things, including scholarships and grant opportunities. For the past 3 years, we have been working with the school system to provide grants to support anti-bullying initiatives in the AACPS system. Gail has worked with us from day one to help us communicate the opportunities that were available. We have great kids in our county, and we are excited tonight to unveil the winners of our Anti-Bullying Through the Arts contest. And Gail and I will announce the winners and who will come forward as their names are called. Sure. Mean Words, Mean Actions, Sydney Slack, 7th grade, Seven River Middle. Stop the Silence, Ellie Fahey, 6th grade, Chesapeake Science Point. No Empathy, Betta Vinning, 8th grade, Seven River Middle, but now at Annapolis High.
Absolutely. Sure.
Too close. There we go. Perfect. Okay. We want to be sure to see everybody's face. Okay, look at me and smile. Good. Let's take 2 more big smiles. And 1 more. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is school and community highlights. Mrs. Ritchie.
Thank you. I just, 2 things real quick. I had the opportunity last week, I think it was, last week, to go to Chesapeake High School. They did a mock town hall. Their students had been practicing for like 6 to 8 weeks. They did research and they had to present to the town hall whether we were going to, they had, their water supply got ruined, and so they had to come and present whether we should bring in bottled water and discontinue the fishing tournament and something else. But anyway, it was really a really great civic kind of program that they did. It's through their signature program, information management, and they did a lot of research. They learned a lot of things in terms of not only about the fish and water supplies, but also on how to build graphs and how to present to the public. And so we had a panel of us that were there to decide, and we had to decide on their case. It was really fascinating, and it was a great opportunity to go and see these kids doing this, because they were really into it. It was fantastic. Tomorrow I get the opportunity to head out to Northeast to their Avid Leadership Program, so I'm excited about that. But I'd also like to say that this is American Education Week. And routinely, we always want to thank our teachers, first and foremost, for all that they do. But I think that during American Education Week, we also have to realize that there are many people behind the scenes who have a direct impact also with our students. And they are some of the people that are sitting out here this evening and in the audience, the resource people that work with them, the custodians that work in our buildings, the secretaries that answers the phones. You know, there's many people. By trade, you know, I've told you before, I'm a nurse, and I could do it without dietary there, but I don't think anybody want my cooking. So it's one of those kind of things where you have to realize that the teacher is the rock star in the room, but you need to have the roadies as well. And so I'd like to tell everybody who is involved in education, I'd like to just say to everybody that's involved in education, thank you very much for all that you do for all of our kids every day.
Mrs. Nally.
Yesterday evening, I attended a Mighty Milers event, track meet at Annapolis High School, and it was all the elementary schools had teams from around the Annapolis area, and it was so well run. And I want to thank Annapolis High School. I want to thank all the staff. The parent volunteers, the students. There were hundreds of students, and it was 3 hours. I was shocked. My third grade grandson was running, but anyway, it was so exciting. There were principals there, and I just thought it was a wonderful event, and but made possible by the sponsors and all of the staff and the teachers and students. And thank you very much. It was fun.
I just wanted to add, we had a nice busy weekend here at AACPS. Friday night, Mrs. Burge and I had the chance to go see A Midsummer Night's Dream at Annapolis High School and get a little Shakespeare in. They did a fabulous job. And then Saturday morning was our Family Involvement Conference, and we want to thank everybody who was involved with that. Dr. Frank and I had a chance to attend with Dr. Orlato. And then on Monday, we hosted the county and Annapolis City and state legislators here to talk about some of the concerns that we had and some priorities that we had for the upcoming legislative season. And we wanted to thank Sheila Finlayson, who's here tonight, for coming to the breakfast as well. So we appreciate that, and just an opportunity to share. Item 2.07 is the CROSS report.
Good evening, President Korbelak, Dr. Orlato, and members of the board. My name is Josie Urea, and I am a freshman at Severna Park High School and a member of the executive staff of the Chesapeake Regional Association of Student Councils. All I need to do is open up the Capitol to know that CRASC has been pretty busy for the last few weeks, and it has been exciting. We thrive on social activism and community representation, and we love a little pressure, so that's been fun. We'd like to remind you and the general public that CRASC remains neutral, and it will not take an official position on teacher pay or contract negotiations. But we have learned that North County High School has joined the Work to Rule movement, and this means that students are losing after-school activities like Model UN and the talent show. Once again, the official student representation thanks our teachers for their tireless dedication, and we are looking forward to this all being resolved. In other news, Old Mill High School hosted about 400 students yesterday at a General Assembly with a community culture theme. Highlights included a keynote address from former Redskins player, Mr. Jarris White. We'd also like to thank Ms. Amelie Brandenburg for representing County Executive Steve Shue and answering our questions about the recent political friction in our county. She was a sport and answered our tough questions honestly. We also had workshops in bilingual facilitation, legislative priority, and communication. The outstanding highlight of the day was an extremely popular workshop where students from the Old Mill's Latino Leadership Club spoke to us about their experience integrating into American public schools. The workshop was offered twice, once in English and once in Spanish. This is the first time that student leadership activities have been offered in another language. Between this workshop and the bilingual facilitators, we heard some very moving personal accounts of what people are willing to do to get an American education. These discussions were especially poignant given the last few days of unavoidable news coverage on refugees. I'd like to thank all those who contributed to the success of our event. And thank you for allowing us to represent the students of Anne Arundel County.
Thank you. Item 2.08 is the PTA report. No report tonight. Okay, thank you. The next portion of the meeting is the public comment portion of the meeting. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers will be allotted 3 minutes each, and the board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing the meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. This time is intended for speakers to voice their opinion and not necessarily as a question and answer period. Speakers may pose questions, but answers will be counted toward the 3-minute allotment. For the record, please give your name before speaking, and handouts should be given to our board assistant. We have quite a number of cards tonight. I'm going to take the liberty of calling up a few people that are not here to talk about teacher concerns so that we can clear out some more space in the room and bring some more folks in from the lobby. I have Sheila Finlayson, Janet Norman, Amy Allen Chabot, Margaret Petruzzo, Nancy Bourgeois, Claire Haas, and Kate Haas.
Good evening. Dr. Alato, President Korbelak, and members of the board. I want to say this evening, thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation to your legislative breakfast on Monday. I have since, first of all, I've learned a lot about what your agenda is, and I am thrilled with it. I have extended an invitation to President Korbelak to present to the full City Council on Monday night. You all are invited to attend because I think it's very important that we all lobby and we're all on the same page and supporting one another. So thank you. I'd also like to thank you for hearing the cries of the parents of the children in the city schools. Your approval this evening, your tentative approval of the new contract school, will help to alleviate some of the overcrowding in our schools. And that's something that the parents have been calling for some time. So clearly you've heard us. I look forward to a community dialogue about the programs that will be offered in the schools, in the particular school. I trust that there will be some attention given to the achievement gap. So we as community leaders look forward to an ongoing dialogue and an opportunity to hear the strategic plan that's going to be in place, I assume, if it's not already, on how we will eliminate the achievement gap within our schools. So thank you. And as past teacher and TAG president, I'd be remiss in saying, please do everything you can to support the teachers in the challenge schools. Thank you.
I've got the other people that I called up. Come on up.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm here today to represent many families at Severn River Middle School who are concerned about class size, particularly in the core courses. As an example, my 12-year-old son, a 7th grader at Severn River Middle School, has 38 students in his English class, 38 students in his science class, and 39 students in his social studies class. I'm sure I don't have to say to you all that those numbers are not okay. Those numbers are completely unacceptable from both the teacher's perspective and the student's perspective. I truly cannot imagine trying to supervise almost 40 middle school students in a science class. If they're actually doing hands-on science, that strikes me as an accident waiting to happen. And English teachers with almost 40 students per class would have to grade all night long in order to give the appropriate amount of feedback to the students. I've been told that Severn River Middle School class sizes appear larger than other schools, but I have not yet received the data to support or refute that. I am working with the principal and the assistant superintendent for the Broadneck cluster to get that data pulled together. Perhaps you all have that information. If that's the case, it's an equity issue, and we need that addressed so that our class sizes are comparable to other middle schools. If it's a countywide problem, then obviously funding is huge, and we need creative solutions in addition to additional funding. I have sent emails to my county council member, to Dr. Arlotto. I have not received a response from anyone to date. But I hope that you will help us find a solution for this. As an educator myself, not at the K through 12 level, it's just devastating to me to see those kinds of class sizes for middle schoolers. That's not college, that's middle school. Thank you.
Mrs. Burge.
I'm sorry. You didn't introduce yourself. I didn't catch your name when you first came in.
It's Amy Allen Chabot.
Okay, Miss Allen Chabot. I want to tell you. I don't know if you watched our meeting last month. One of the things that we do get each year is funding for maintenance of effort, which is supposed to go to fund additional teachers and resources for additional students in our county. And our county executive directed us to spend that money for raises. He didn't give us new money for raises, which is one of the issues that we're having right now. And I know all of the teachers are aware of that too. So maintenance of effort is supposed to go to deal with the issues that you're talking about. And for some reason, when we get our maintenance of effort money, we're told use that for raises. We're not going to give you new money for raises, even though it's not appropriate for the county to tell us to use money that's supposed to go for additional teachers and resources for raises. And that's what we've been having to do. So we haven't been able to use the money that should have gone for additional teachers. Well, and I didn't tell you this so that we could have a back and forth. I just wanted to let you know. I know when Mrs. Korbelak went over the process, when the county executive gave a 1% increase, that all came from money that was supposed to have gone for dealing with increased enrollment. It was not new money.
Right.
So
my
I
hope
just
is
wanted
at
to
least
let you
for
know,
next year. I realize that the wheels turn
It's-
slowly and nothing's going to
it's-
happen to
it's
help
a big-
Severn River this
it's-
year. But
it's a
next year
bigger-
I would want to see more equity.
and it's a bigger problem than
just that school.
So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that too, and that you can share that with other parents to let them know that if we would get new money for teacher pay raises, then we could have additional teachers in our classrooms.
And maybe you can share how we should advocate. I've sent letters and emails and so forth.
Budget season's beginning, starting next
Exactly.
month. So
Just continue.
absolutely.
berating them.
Arlen, do we have the other? Okay, so everybody I called up has disappeared. So we'll go to the next round. Victoria Katona, Rebecca McHugh, Shara Cephas. We called some names up and no. Okay, he's got my cards.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Margaret Petruzzo. I am the Cadet Public Affairs Officer at the NJROTC program at Annapolis High School. Standing to my right is Cadet Bremley. She is the recruiting officer, and to my left is Cadet Yancey, and he is the assistant drill commander. We are here to address the issue of not having transportation from our own schools to Annapolis High School. This is a very big issue for many parents because as of right now, or for most high schools, parents are having to drive their students to Annapolis High School in the middle of the day, and it's very problematic because many parents work, and it's difficult for students to be able to get there. So that is another reason why it's difficult for recruiting, because many students decide not to join the program because they're not able to get a ride. So those are my points.
I am Caitlin Brumley, the recruiting officer of Annapolis High School and JROTC. This is a very big problem for me. We are trying to build the unit, and without transportation, without students knowing how they're going to get to Annapolis High School for third and fourth period at 10:30 in the morning, is very problematic. I mean, we need buses. We can't just have parents dropping out of work and going to school to pick us up, transfer us from our school to Annapolis High School, drive back to work, and continue. It's really hard because when the parents see that they have to drive their own children to another high school, they just don't want to do it. So we have less students, less cadets coming in every year because of this problem.
And we're not asking this as if we haven't done anything. Our unit has done excess amount of community service, and we believe that we deserve buses now because we need more cadets. We need to help the community more, and we can't if we can't get the transportation for our cadets. Thank you.
So I'm just going to respond real fast. You guys can grab a seat, and you've got some of your colleagues here from the unit. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for supporting the unit. You guys are doing some really cool things. Just a couple of comments. One is, this is a conversation that we're having at the curriculum level with Dr. McMahon and others about ways that we can try and rectify some of the situation that you're talking about, transportation. Let me also say that the unit wasn't initially designed and implemented to include students from other high schools, right? So this is sort of a new problem for us. It was initially a unit that was going to be just at Annapolis High School. And then as you guys became really cool and awesome, other people want to become really cool and awesome. And so we've allowed other schools to join in, coming from other parts of the county, right? But we've also made it very clear that those people that made that choice, they'd have to get themselves there because we didn't have the transportation infrastructure to make it happen. But now that we've got the unit, we've got the Naval unit at Annapolis, we have the Army unit at Meade High School, and we have the new Marine Corps unit at Northeast, we're talking about how we can make this part of the magnet program and incorporate the busing system around the county and connect some of these other schools, because we're getting requests to join the Northeast unit or the Meade unit as well. Just so that you know, it wasn't designed initially to be a unit that would include other schools. But now that you guys are so cool and other people want to be a part of it, we're now rethinking that. So I just wanted you to know that we're talking about how we can adjust the transportation, how we can include sort of, now that we have transportation that goes from north to south and east to west. When the unit was first created, we did not, because we didn't have all of our choice programs. We're trying to find a way around that. It's not an immediate switch. I can't get you buses tomorrow, but it is a conversation I want you to know that we're having. Absolutely, thank you.
And I wanted to also thank you. I was one of those moms that juggled work and taking my son to Annapolis to be a part of the NJROTC unit when he was there. And it definitely is a struggle, especially when A day and B days flip. It wasn't like it was always Tuesday and Thursday. So it's definitely been a conversation that we've had. Thank you for coming out tonight. Okay. Who would like to go first?
Hi, we're here from Broadneck High School. We represent the environmental club here. Myself, my name is Matthew Bem, and the co-advisor is Ms. Nancy Bourgeois over here. We're here to talk to you about potentially a way to save some money with turning off computers, so I hope that's good. I'm going to introduce, first to speak will be Trevor Ancona, followed by Claire Haas, and then her sister Kate Haas.
Hello. As Americans, we love a lot of things. Thanksgiving, football, apple pie, and wasting energy. In fact, we're so good at it, we're the second best at it in the world, second only to China. And even though we only have 5% of the world's population, we use almost a quarter of its energy. And so that uses a lot of money. And so what's a good way that we can reduce the energy we use and the money we use without buying like solar panels or anything crazy like that? Simply turning off the computers remotely. So in our school, the environmental club has been patrolling the hallways just to see like if lights and computers are on. And so basically, so if we just record what like rooms are on and what rooms are off. And so on average, about half of the computers are left on. And so if it's just one night, that's not too bad, but over the course of the year, it can add up really exponentially. And so remote shut-off is one great way to reduce the energy we use. And so a lot of arguments we've heard against remote shutoff is that you need to update it like constantly. So you can only, excuse me? Oh, I thought I heard someone speak up. Sorry. So updates can be scheduled for like 1 day a week, so the computers will be scheduled to shut off a little later, or teachers that work later that have to work later and they don't want the computers to shut off on them. And so another thing that benefits from remote shut off is performance in the computers. As a computer science expert, I know that if you leave a computer on, just logged off, the RAM will still carry over from the previous use. And so the performance would increase.
So in order to give you all a little bit of sort of numbers and data behind this, our club has used kilowatt meters to measure average computer energy usage. We've considered the 9-cent per kilowatt hour current cost of electricity in estimating our costs of wasted energy. So at Broadneck alone, if half of the roughly 900 computers are left on, that would be 450 left on overnight for 13 hours. That's $10.35 a night, or $1,895.40 per year. So using the same number of computers left on over the weekend, that would be $38.88 per weekend, or $1,632.96 per year. So that brings the Broadneck High School alone total yearly waste to $3,528.36 a year. When you consider that there are 12 other high schools like Broadneck with similar spending habits, their total money wasted is $42,340.32 a year. That's yet to count the elementary, middle, and schools that serve other needs in Anne Arundel County, which roughly low estimate, they would bring in 7,300 computers into the equation. So combined, that would add a total of $57,237, bless you, and 84 cents per year if left on nights and weekends. This combines with the previously stated high school total to equal roughly $99,578.16 a year in wasted energy paid for by AACPS. Thank you.
4 years ago, the students of Broadneck Senior High School Environmental Science Club came to the school board to ask if they could install software that would allow the computers to be remotely shut down. Since then, the county has installed the software on many, if not all, student computers, and used it for a bit, however stopped after a short while. The county also changed the type of monitors they use to be more energy efficient. We have returned to ask that the county install the software needed for the teacher computers and use it consistently. Are there any questions?
Dr. Frank.
Thank you, all of you. As you may or may not know, I have an engineering background, but I may not be as proficient with computers as you are. I'd like to know if one or all of you would like to act as a consultant for me so that we can improve our computer server system that I've asked to look at in our school system. You folks might be able to help me. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Mrs. Burge.
I do remember when your club was here 4 years ago, and it was very exciting. And I'm sorry that we fell back a little bit on doing some of the things, because we were very excited about what you told us. And I think, if I recall, we're like, do it. I mean, that was my Aunt Debbie. Yeah, because, yes, that's right, when they started. So was it student computers that we were addressing at that point? And not the...
It was all of them.
But we focused on student at that point?
No,
with
I focused on all of them, and
okay.
we did implement it, but every year since it kind of re-comes up that it's not being done.
Okay.
And we're just hoping that you can encourage the computer folks to do that, because it can be done, and it has been done in the past, but it's very sporadic.
Well, thank you for the reminder then. Thank you so much.
Mr. Webb.
Dr. Arlotto, could we look into that?
Duly noted. Got it. Right here.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Is Janet Norman still here? She was the last of that group. Okay. The next, coming.
I was Shara Cephas. My name was called. Okay, it's still Shara Cephas. I'll try. So I want to say that I think we need to make people uncomfortable, because the only way things change is when people are made uncomfortable. We live in one of the wealthiest counties in the state, and yet people are so comfortable they don't want to respect teachers. So I'm really, this is not the stage, but I want to say that I'm really hoping we can figure out some way. I'm even joined a governmental relations committee because we need to raise these taxes. That's my number one thing. But I think that the best way to make people uncomfortable is if we're all speaking the same language. And I don't think it's necessary for us to say, oh, well, let's talk about the wonderful things we're doing. The reality is we're going to continue to do wonderful things because as educators, as you mentioned, we do this for more than just the kids. I think the issue is that if we don't make enough people uncomfortable, they're not going to vote to make the changes necessary to give us what we need. So I am one of the people that AACPS has invested thousands of dollars into. I'm urging you to work quickly and diligently toward the 2017 contract for teachers that includes reinstatement of the challenge school stipends to all schools that service high needs populations. I also strongly implore you to look for ways to find funds to increase our steps. I received my financial statement that reminded me I'm in my 11th year of teaching and am paid as a step 5 teacher. That's depressing. Let's put it out there. Because of this injustice, I am here to warn any voters who may watch me tonight, I don't know where the cameras are, that, teachers who aren't paid well in this county do leave. I lost 4 teacher friends that are actually, they're still my friends, but they're no longer in this county due to the lack of pay, and they were phenomenal. The worst part about disrespecting teachers with stagnant pay is that teachers have to then make choices like only work their contractual hours. I believe that by only working our hours, although it is uncomfortable for us because I would rather stay the extra hour to keep my classroom clean, it makes voters and decision makers uncomfortable. I hope that the board would support us in working just our contractual hours until a respectable and consistent salary scale can be implemented. I beg you to have courageous conversations with each other and the people that hold the money in an effort to fix this issue. I also challenge you to stop making statements that seem to indict teachers for working to be paid what we're due, or for wanting to be paid what we're due. It hurts my heart not to continue to volunteer my time by only working my contractual hours, but due to my stagnant and COLA only pay, I've had to get 2 additional jobs each year just to keep my house. Thanks for the yellow light. I am not sure how long contract negotiations work, but I do demand to be respected by all leadership involved in the teacher contract negotiation process. Please reinstate the challenge stipends or tell us you won't well before teacher transfer deadlines so that I can make a decision to better for myself next year.
Okay, the next 7 names are Richard Benfer, Victoria Katona, Rebecca McHugh, Robert Silkworth, Judy Nowotnik, Claire Stein, and Bob Abbott.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca McHugh, and I'm still a Mustang. Since my last speech, I've been trying to sort out who is the most responsible for this ongoing maltreatment of the educators in this county. Is it my impotent union whose best negotiations left me a decrease in pay? Is it the Board of Ed who talks a good game about how teachers are saving lives, but when it's time to actually put up, falls silent? Is it my county executive who used skewed data to drive his agenda, who is clear that he has no problem paying us less than our worth and he has no respect for the kids? What I see is amongst the finger pointing is that all y'all are rowing the same boat. boat. If things continue in the current direction, you all will be responsible for steering it, along with our students, over the falls to certain destruction. Since I last spoke, 4 teachers have left or are leaving Meade in the county. One quoted to say, "Teachers are treated like factory workers with advanced degrees." Many are looking elsewhere, and you know what we get to replace them? A detriment to the kids. Long-term subs are teachers from the D squad. If you've taken the incentive away for veteran teachers to work at places like Meade, where one has to work 10 times harder to get the same result. I want to tell you that I know what's going to happen if you choose to continue to do nothing to make right on your promises. I'm in the back of the boat watching the crew muster, preparing to abandon the AACPS ship, and it's happening now, and I too have my life vest at hand. Teaching is an art form crafted and honed through years of experience, shaped and polished through hard work and the weathering of many storms. It's one thing to read about the gale, another to survive it. So you have old salty dogs such as myself who in their 15 years have developed a skill set that is unmatched by any well-meaning plebe. And so it will begin in the neediest and most high-risk schools. What you will see is educators with a wealth of expertise leaving for better and less stressful opportunities. There will be no way to replace them with teachers of equal value. You have already made it clear that you are willing to financially neglect highly educated professionals, but let's see how comfortable you are with recreating segregated schools, because that's what's coming next. The families with the means to do so will move away from the tough feeders, but families with low incomes do not have any choice and will be forced to stay. What do you think small community schools is really code word for? They will suffer with less access to high quality educators. Data will plummet, more stress and blame will be put on those schools to succeed. Educators will leave and the cycle will repeat until you've created a legacy of failure and neglect for the most needy and high risk kids in this county. But that won't make an impact at first. Kids of low income families seem to be disposable and invisible as they don't look like your kids. I see it every year in the allocation of resources, no matter what line we're fed. And it's easy to make sweeping decisions about those who do not touch you when you have a 6-figure income and you are all out of touch, and it shows. When will it matter is when it will matter is when the edge of tsunami reaches Severna Park and Broadneck. When their teachers have had enough, they'll leave too. Then you will be forced to acknowledge the folly of your ways, but not before lasting damage has been done to our kids. AACPS is the next Baltimore City waiting to happen, a tenure factory where we have lost the bank of wisdom due to mistreatment of the wise. We make you look good, but the tide is turning. The educators whose shoulders you stand on whilst patting yourselves on the back for the results of their hard work are rising up. The professionals who repeatedly had promises broken them are getting off their knees and saying, "I'm worth more than this," and going elsewhere. Do not count on us to quietly go back to our place. We will not be silent anymore. We will be bruised apples no more.
Speaker gives his name and affiliation. I didn't hear that.
Before we continue, I just ask that you at least let the speaker speak without interrupting them, because we're having trouble hearing. We couldn't hear all of Rebecca's comments because of the noise. Go ahead, Mr. Benford.
Good evening, President Korbelak, Vice President Nally, Dr. Lyle, and the board members. For the record, I'm Richard Benford, President of Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. We have been in a tumultuous time lately with mudslinging back and forth over educators' compensation or the lack thereof. The county executive's office would have folks believe that educators in our county are some of the best taken care of in the state. All that misinformation continues. The Teachers Association believes that years of underfunding the budget has caused the problems we are facing now. This mess began in FY10 with 0% COLA and no step as outlined in our contract and 2 furlough days. FY11, we saw 1.25, which was reached through mediation, so clearly the board was not going to provide it otherwise, and no step. F12, there was no COLA and no step. F13, 1.25% and no step. F14, 1% and half a step, meaning the step was implemented mid-year. FY15, we saw no COLA but a restructured scale worth about 1% and then a step. This is the scale we worked so hard on to save the county money. So the payoff for that was no step in FY16. A 2% was implemented, but only after 11 months of bargaining, impasse, and mediation. In the last few weeks, the county executive's office has engaged in outrageous, inflammatory accusations and personal attacks that do not build a bright future for our children. They have been misleading to the public with incorrect and biased information, have engaged in political gamesmanship. If any entity is playing with students' academic futures, it is them by not taking responsibility for fully funding the Board of Education budget when it's presented to them. They are not the education experts or know anything about curriculum instruction. That is why they are not part of the formation of the board's budget and never should be. The message is clear to me and many others that educators in our county are stressed out, overworked, underpaid, and are leaving in increasing numbers. An AACPS teacher currently in 9th year on the master's degree column will begin their 10th year while languishing on the 4th salary step. She could leave here and begin her 10th year teaching in Howard, Calvert, Montgomery counties and see an immediate salary increase from $7,600 to $16,000, even after paying an extra health care premium in those counties. The County Funding Authority is not the only player in this funding issue. The AACPS budget had about 70 new positions in FY16, but hired more than 700 new teachers. That should be sufficient warning. That should also be evidence that AACPS will set a new hiring record in FY17. With all the new hiring that will be needed, having competitive pay will be crucial. It is time to take care of the valuable employees we have. The expansion of any new program should be halted in order to make that happen. The budget to be proposed next month must show that employees matter. After all, nothing gets done without them. We are the human resources that drive this enterprise. Teaching is a calling, not a vow of poverty. The recession is over. The county is broke by its own choice. Please help us change the trend. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. And here's some more personal messages for Dr. Arlotto from folks about the budget. And I'll give them.
Hi, I'm Judy Nowotnik from Arundel Middle. These are my notes, so it's not real scripted, but I'm going to speak from the heart. I have two topics I'd like to talk about tonight, and the first one is textbooks for my 7th grade students. This year, our curriculum is all online, and we do not have textbooks to use. The old ones are dated 2005. In case you don't know about 7th grade curriculum, it is all about the Eastern Hemisphere. We teach about the Crusades, the Reformation, the Cold War, the Middle East, Syria, Asia, China, and we need maps. Is this the one? Yeah. We use maps daily in the teaching of these subjects. I can put a beautiful map up on my whiteboard, but the kid in the back can't see where the Jordan River is. They can't see the Suez Canal. They can't take their finger and run it down the Nile River to see how long it is. They can't touch those maps. They can't look at the scales because they're in the back of the room. They can't look at the keys. I need a textbook with beautiful pictures in color with maps and charts and bar graphs. You say to me, well, why don't you run them off? Because all our copiers are in black and white. We do not have color printers to run off color maps. The media specialist has one color printer in her room, and she monitors, obviously we have 300 kids in 7th grade. We can't run off 300 color maps every week. So we desperately need funding put back in the budget for 7th grade social studies textbooks. 6th and 8th grade social studies have gotten new textbooks within the last 3 years. Your textbook is the framework for your curriculum, and then from that we can form our advanced questions and use primary and secondary sources, but we need that textbook to put on the desk so those kids can touch and feel the bar graphs and the maps. Second topic, teacher raises. I'm the oldest teacher in my building. I'm 66 years old. I've been teaching for 15 years. Came in after teaching for the United States Senate, working for Bob Moser, then at the Capitol and the Gazette. Stayed home with the kids, came in at the age of 50, got my master's degree, 60 degrees postgraduate, and I'm nationally board certified on the first try. My husband and I sat down, planned out the retirement. I should have retired last year. Obviously, I haven't because I'm standing here. It looks like now I can't retire for another 7 years, which means I'm going to be in the classroom until I'm 73. Do you really want a 73-year-old teacher in the classroom? I'm going to leave you with that thought, and then you know what to do, because I don't think I should be in the classroom at 73, and that's where I'm going to have to be, because I have not gotten cost of living increases and step increases like we planned. We have 4 kids sent to college. They came out of college during the recession, and we're helping them pay off their college loans. My husband is a Vietnam vet with a Purple Heart. We're good Americans, taxpayers in Anne Arundel County. I should not be having to work till I'm 73. Thank you.
Good evening, Victoria Katona from Chesapeake High School. IB, MYP, PYP, PVA, STEM, STEAM, AP, AVID, F&P, DIBBLES, PTD, Triple E, PD, SLO. We are sinking in a sea of alphabet soup. Luckily, the majority of us haven't sunk yet. We share the same goal, success for every student. There isn't a teacher in this county that doesn't work toward that goal every day. We give everything we've got and even more that we haven't got, and still we've not jumped ship yet. Being a bit of an overachiever, I wanted to do it all, but my mom always reined me in, saying, Victoria, overextend yourself and you'll never be great. Focus on doing fewer things exceptionally as opposed to doing more things with mediocrity. This is the struggle that we've been unable to overcome yet. In pursuit of our greatness, we've lost sight of this simple concept. Sometimes less is more. Introducing new programs in an attempt to further excel something that is already quite excellent leaves us with a bunch of shiny new pennies that aren't worth much. Adding these wonderful new programs, and they are wonderful, has increased our workload, overextended your workforce, and made it impossible for us to give our absolute best every time. We're not in this for the glory. We're in this for the students, and it pains us to know that we are unable to give them the best we've got because we're spread too thin. It kills us to know that in our efforts to give our best to our students, our own children are being shortchanged. It breaks my heart every time my boys come to me and say, Mommy, I want to snuggle. And I look at them and I say, Mommy has to work right now, maybe later. It shames me to realize that I have not put aside my work to make time for those snuggles yet. I recognize the value of the programs offered, as well as the fact that by increasing the number of programs offered, you're diminishing the time available to devote to the mastery of each, and the amount of time we're able to focus solely on the student's needs. I think data-driven instruction is exactly what education should be. Unfortunately, we aren't able to collect, analyze, and use data as we see fit, but rather we are forced to do so to fulfill a mandate from above. This negates the whole point of data-driven instruction to me. I am a teacher and I'm a professional. I should be able to decide which data to collect for the benefit of my students, and that just isn't the case yet. Moving forward, perhaps it would be prudent to step back for a moment and admire all of our shiny pennies, discard those that lack luster, and stop collecting new ones. Like my mom said, overextend yourself and you'll never be great. Isn't that our goal? Greatness? Overextending and underpaying your workforce will never result in greatness. You have a top-notch workforce. Isn't it time that you value them with reasonable expectations and commensurate pay?
Good evening, respected members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Claire Stein, and I'm in my 7th year of teaching for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I teach general music, strings, and chorus at West Annapolis Elementary School. In case there's any question, I love my job. I have the good fortune and pleasure of teaching at an amazing school. We have a curious, determined, and lovable student population, supportive administration and parents, and a truly dedicated, talented, and hardworking staff. At West Annapolis, our PBIS slogan is Retrievers Rock Respect. We ask our students to stay in the loop by respecting learning, others, ourselves, and property. We teach this to our students, and we pledge to show respect every day on the announcements. West Annapolis students could teach this county a thing or two about staying in the loop. What our students are accomplishing every day, Anne Arundel County is failing to do. The county has instead shown disrespect for learning. Due to the ever-increasing workload and often a need for a second job outside of school hours, our teachers are overworked and becoming burned out. Quality learning environment, well-planned and executed lessons are contingent upon educators who have energy, time, and passion for what they are doing. The county has shown disrespect for others. The county has ignored the impact that increased workload and lack of steps has on our families and our future. We are instead simply told to be grateful for what we have and to stop being greedy. The county has instead shown disrespect for ourselves. The county seems to be missing the long-term effects the step freeze is having on our county as a whole. The county is driving good teachers away and failing to attract qualified new hires. The schools will suffer a demoralization of culture, which will greatly affect the quality of education being offered in the county. That ultimately affects home sales and values and then tax revenue. The county has shown disrespect for property. In the 7 years I've been employed in this county, the number of new initiatives introduced, reading programs, textbook series, and materials rolled out again and again is staggering. While well-intentioned, these resources are not being used efficiently, and the county has shown its stewardship of county money to be misguided. We need strong leadership to guide this county in looking at long-term educational goals, not just jumping on whatever educational bandwagon is in vogue. It all comes down to respect. When our concerns are voiced, instead of respect, we have often been met with condescension and frank dismissal. I love my job. As our esteemed county executive pointed out, teaching is more than a profession, it is a calling. I was shocked to hear we agree on something, and I believe that with all my heart. As is often said, we are in it for the outcome, not the income. However, that does not mean I will allow myself to be disrespected. I will not allow my expertise, passion, qualifications, and talents to be ignored time and time again, year after year. Like so many people in this room tonight, I am a highly educated, highly skilled, and highly motivated professional artist educator. Please don't push me to make my choice to go elsewhere. This all comes down to respect. We are not asking for a raise, but asking that the county shows us the respect we deserve as educators. We are holding the county accountable to take care of us as we take care of our students. Honor the agreement we made when we sat in this very room and signed our contracts with you. You have an amazing, dedicated group of educators who want to teach here. However, it is not healthy to stay in a one-sided, abusive relationship. Show us that you care. We earn this county's respect every day. It is time that we are shown it. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. President Korbelak, distinguished Board of Ed members, Dr. Arlotta, Jacob. How you doing, Jacob? For the record, my name is Robert A. Silkworth, and Miss Ritchie, I just want to make sure you know I'm one of your 44-year veteran rock stars. Yes. Oh, thank you. I am also, however, chairperson of the High School Concerns Committee, and we do meet monthly, as you know. We did meet on November the 11th at the TAC office, and you will be receiving copies of the minutes in just a few days. At our recent meeting, we did discuss many items, such as parent conferences to be held next week. Things seem to be going well for that. Quarterly exams, the teacher role in the life of the English language learner, the loss of challenged school stipends, and the status of working the contract hours, just to name a few of the items. I decided tonight to talk about one thing. I've heard concerns about the achievement gap, and so we're going to talk in just a minute about the achievement gap and our attempts to close the gap. This is one of the major focuses of this county. I'm pleased to report to you that each and every day in every high school throughout this county, teachers are engaging students with rigorous and challenging student-centered lessons. Teachers and students are doing a remarkable job, and our students are proving that they are capable of rising to the level of our challenges. Each time we raise the bar, many of our students achieve so much more. Most of them make us proud each and every day, in spite of the circumstances in some of our schools and communities. There are still some, however, who do not meet our expectations, and I assume this is the gap. One of the main causes, I believe, is the attitude gap. The attitude gap is affected by circumstance, social issues, family issues, and school-specific issues, as well as many other things. As a teacher, I need to focus on what I can change. I cannot change the environment in which my students live, but I can change the environment in which they learn. I am proud to report to you that I see in schools each and every day teachers working their hearts out to effect change for our students in some of the most stressful and difficult circumstances. Your teachers, our teachers, and my colleagues persevere in spite of all of this. The answer to closing the attitude gap as well as the achievement gap is communication, collaboration, and accountability. Parents need to know that we care about their kids and we expect them to come to school ready to learn. Students need to know that we care about them, and we're going to hold them accountable for what they do. When we do, they shine. When we do not, they falter, and the gap gets bigger and bigger. Adults need to know that we must all come together as a team to achieve the goals that we have set for our students in our schools. We must do so as a family of educators united, ready, and willing to advocate for our students in a positive manner. In recent times, it's been very troubling, and I've been very concerned about recent times. I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that there is no doubt every high school has made some commitment to go towards working towards a 37.5-hour week. And I think everybody understands that. But what I would like you to understand is their commitment to helping close the gap and do everything they can for our students has not changed. What has changed, folks, is the attitude of the teacher did not change toward the responsibility for that gap. It has shifted to their responsibilities as family members to advocate and provide for their families. So I call upon everybody, ladies and gentlemen, to please, let's come together. Let's get the job done for our kids. Thank you.
Bob.
My name is Bob Abbott. I'm from Crofton Middle School. First of all, I want to thank the members of the board who actually attended our Veterans Day Assembly last week at our school. I was very proud to be there. And Jacob, it was actually an honor to have you in the audience real quick. I thought your response that you had in the newspaper was very well articulate and actually represented a quality education that students receive here in Anne Arundel County. I'm glad you guys had a chance to see what I do on a daily basis. I had a chance to actually my women's choir perform that day, and it did wonderful, as they always do. They represent me as well as my choir students do. But I was also thinking about the time that I was sitting there coming from my previous job the night before as I was getting home at 1 o'clock, and then having to be back at my school at 6 o'clock in order to set up the PA that was used that morning real quick for that performance, as well as the public address that was being used by everybody that was there. And the problem was, and I was sitting back looking in the audience, I looked around at all the teachers that were in our building. Over the past 3 years at Crofton Middle, which is one of those schools that you work yourself to get into, to stay at and finish your career, we've had 40 teachers leave. 40 teachers in a building that is actually going through. Our staff is young, it's energetic, and it grows every year, but the turnover now is starting to have an impact real quick within the building going through. And I wanted to kind of bring up just a few things real quick. Two of the people that have left that school real quick have now are in a private school. One made a lateral move pay-wise. The other one was missing $1,000 per month that he's using his skills outside that he has real quick in the community just to make that up. We're losing the gap right now between private schools. Private schools were always considered, when I first started teaching, the no-no that you wanted to go to. And then at this point in time, it's caught up with where the Anne Arundel County is at this point in time to show you how bad things are. Then I had a chance to, as I was sitting around looking around, when I had a chance to breathe, I looked at the park scores. And I looked through at the high school scores that came out, and I can imagine trying to take a square peg and round it to a round hole, because those math teachers at that level are actually having to reteach a math system going through. And I looked at the middle school levels, but in general, everything's sliding. And at a time that you actually are going to need your most experienced veterans teachers in a classroom, a lot of us are starting to look elsewhere. I have to be honest, I have been exploring real quick outside avenues real quick to see what I could be making in Howard, Calvert, and Prince George's County. And I've already sent a few emails out to see where things are standing at this point in time, just to explore my employment options. I'm really hoping at this point in time you can give us some reassurance real quick that I won't actually have to go follow through with sending my resume out and beating the holiday rush with everybody else in the county, because I would love to finish my teaching career here. And just one other thing I want to bring up is show you how bad things have gotten. My wife's an elementary school teacher. During her 3 hours in service she had to do that after school. Part of the hour and a half that she had to sit through was actually how to talk nice real quick to students going through. The quality of people that are sliding in this county right now at this point in time are dragging the profession down. And I'm really hoping real quick at this point in time, I know financial constraints is always an issue that's going on, but I'm really hoping that you can give us some reassurance that you're going to request the money, that I know that you will, but when it's granted, that it actually is applied to the teachers so that we can actually stay and serve the community.
I hope it's okay. I missed my rotation. I was actually making dinner for my children. My name is Janet Norman. Thank you for letting me talk. I actually didn't want to be here tonight, and you may not want me here tonight, but I feel like the good friend who actually needs to tell you the truth when everybody else is whispering behind your back. Because the rest of the county is whispering behind your back and saying really bad things about our school system and the dysfunctional relationship that's going on between AACPS, the Board of Ed, TAC, the County Council, and the County Executive. And parents and students feel like the children of divorced parents who can't get along and can't act like adults. So we really need you to step up and increase the level of communication and trust with the parents, with TAC, doing your jobs to bring the trust back where it needs to be. I attended the county council meeting last May when they voted on the later high school start time issue. And the fact that the school representative could not give the county council a description of what the $600,000 they were asking to be included in the budget was embarrassing. It was really embarrassing. And your silence on later high school start times, Dr. Arlotto, is just crippling. It's deafening to not have you speak out on this. Because the only thing that the public has seen from you was a year ago when you said, high school start times are not a priority for me. And if those who we elected, the county council, say they're a priority, and the two candidates who ran for county executives say they're a priority, well, we don't get to vote for you or elect you or hire and fire you. These people that we do elect have said it's a priority, and the 5,000 petitioners have said it's a priority, and the teachers who have to sit there and try and teach their excellent skills to sleeping brain-dead kids have said it's a priority. So all the Hillsmere Elementary parents that wrote into you protesting the 30-minute shift, you need to tell them what's really going on. No, we don't want Hillsmere starting at 9:45 a.m. and killing working parents. But you need to step up and communicate to the public of how this is going to be achieved. It can't just be dropped on them, just like calendars are dropped on people. Please, who in the world starts school week on a Tuesday? That's not sane for working parents. And who takes back the Monday from Easter? You need to be more inclusive and more including your public in your communications. Thank you.
The next 7 cards: Sebastian Serrano, Keith Enriquez, Robin Beers, Lisa Rodvian, Laura Carter, Brent Tomczyk, and Nicole Fitzgerald.
Any order? Any order? All right, I'm here. I'll go. Good evening, Dr. Orlotto and members of the board and fellow community members. I have to say I'm really tired, and usually I'm, geared up for these nights and I have really well thought out comments, and I'm just exhausted. I've been working 50-hour week after 50-hour week after 60-hour week after 50-hour week after 50-hour week, and I need Thanksgiving break, so I'm a little, off my game tonight.
Could you just tell us what your name is for the record?
Oh, I'm so off my game, I don't even know my name. I'm Lisa Rodvian. I'm a music teacher. I'm the chorus teacher at Arundel Middle School. Obviously, by those work hours, our school has not yet voted to go work to rule, but it is on the table among my colleagues. I hope that as you move forward with your budget for next year, you will consider this story not about myself, but actually about a store clerk I ran into in a local retail establishment. This store clerk, turns out I know because he's also a math teacher in our county. And he's working part-time because his salary does not pay him enough for him to make ends meet. I'm fortunate and I'm in a 2-income household, but I don't think that any teacher should be working 2 jobs. And I know that there are many of us out here that are working 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet on teacher salaries. This same math teacher is working on his admin certification. He, like many of us in the teaching profession in Anne Arundel County, are realizing that teaching in Anne Arundel County is becoming a dead-end job. And I left another career to become a teacher, and I love it more than anything. I don't mind working those hours. I know that that's not actually really popular right now, because we really need to be demanding that we are paid for all the work that we give, and I'm not. But I'm completely disheartened that we are, 1.5, since I've been in the county, 6 years. I'm in my 6th year in the county, and I've had 1.5 step increases. I've been teaching 9 years, and I'm at step 3. I think even, I can't remember what the final contract was, but I think new teachers with my experience could actually come in and be paid more than I am. And that's completely awful. And again, I'm sorry I'm not being more articulate tonight. I'm just worn out. We're one of the wealthiest counties in the state. There's no excuse for this. This problem is completely self-inflicted. The idea that teachers are somehow responsible, that we are the ones to blame for large class sizes, is ridiculous. There is no reason that class sizes need to be, I'm sorry, I'm hearing the delay. Class sizes don't need to be sacrificed. We cannot bear the burden of every problem in this county. Teacher pay cannot be it. And this can no longer be a dead-end career, which is what the current pay trends, take the pay scale off the website. Take the step increases off the website. If there's no intent to honor them, take them down. Don't advertise that as a promise to teachers.
Mrs. Birch.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify in case anyone misunderstood earlier. I was blaming the county executive. I wasn't blaming the teachers.
I appreciate that. I think everybody in the room knows.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because, if we continue to be told that the raise money, and we do use that maintenance of effort money for raises, but when it's...
But we haven't gotten raises.
You've gotten cost of living raises.
Cost of living raises that don't even cover cost of living.
But that's all we've...
And I'm telling you, I can go to another county and get a $12,000 raise.
But
I can go back to my former career
and
get a $30,000
but
raise
all
with
I'm
the
saying
same
is
education.
the county executive put 1% in the budget for cost of living raise. But the money, the dollars...
That's not us, though. Don't point at the finger. Don't
I'm
point
not.
the fingers at us.
I
okay?
wasn't.
Let's make sure we're all
have.
clear where the finger needs to be pointed. I know it's not all in here, okay?
But
I
just
think
wanted
everybody
to,
in this room knows where it needs to be
But
pointed.
I just wanted to make
There's
sure
a lot
people
of baloney
realized...
that's been floating around in the newspaper
right.
the last
I
couple
wanted
days.
to make sure people realized that the dollars that he said were to go for the cost of living raises weren't new money that he gave us. It was maintenance of effort dollars, which the reason that the state made the law for maintenance of effort was so that the school system could handle additional students. So instead of being able to put new teachers in classrooms, he said, no, use this for cost of living. So we did. In fact, we put in more money
We're in a
than
county where there have been tax cuts, and we're among the lowest have the lowest tax burden in the state.
You're preaching to the choir.
I'm very glad to hear that. And I'm very hopeful that you all right here in front of us will go to bat for us, because we're kind of tired of giving up our free time for, giving up our lives and not getting anything returned. I think one of my colleagues said, we're in a one-sided abusive relationship, and we're basically saying this is it.
Yep. Before we go on, I just want to make it very clear that the legislative breakfast that we talked about hosting on Monday, one of the priorities, well, actually 2 of them, we've got funding as a priority, and the other one was affordable housing. Because if they're not going to give you raises and steps, then maybe we can do something about closing costs and rent. so that at least when you live here, your net pay goes further toward your stuff. We don't have the checkbook, but we are in conversations with the people who do. Mrs. Ritchie?
I just want to I normally wouldn't step in for this, but I'm going to step in for this because the fact of the matter is that you asked us to advocate. We've advocated every single year. Every single year we've advocated for the step increases. And it's in the contract, and so we've done it. And I think it's disingenuous, but it's state law and we have to do it. Not just ingenuous to have the step increases, but to continually put them there when the county council and the county government have told us they are not giving us the money. They've told us that. They've not gone back on their promise. They've told us repeatedly. Well, guess what? You're all voters. And when he talked about the cutting taxes and stuff, people all put him in office. So the fact is that we've got to work. Not me either. Okay? So, but what I'm just saying is that we've gone there every year and we've asked for this every single year. And I know that you get upset when we talk about things like it's new money and things. The problem is when they come here and talk about class sizes, we can't do that because we chose to use the money over someplace else in order to give the raises. That's not because we didn't want the cost of living. Okay, you know what? I understand completely. I'm maxed out. I can't go any further. I don't get cost of living raises. I understand that. What I'm saying is that the county government is not giving us the money. We ask for it every single year. Every year. And we advocate for it. We advocate for it every single year. And so the fact is that I'm listening. I hear you. Continue to tell. But the thing is that they're not giving us the money. And so we've got to make sure the budget's coming out in December. Every Monday night, you all need to be sitting in their chambers, just like they're clown. I mean, because, and I hope so. I hope so. Because in 5 years, it's never happened. And unfortunately, probably what it took was a disaster like this to happen. And so I hope that you are there. I can't go because I got to work every Monday night. So, but the fact is that we are there all the time advocating, all the time talking about the fact that we need to pay, and we need to pay for what we're getting, and that is quality teachers. And I just wanted to say that because it's going to be a real long evening, and a lot of you, when all this finishes, you're going to leave, and we're going to still have the business to do.
Mrs. Birch.
And you don't need to wait till the budget hearings to go. This certainly isn't a budget hearing. This, go every Monday night. It doesn't matter. I don't know if people were we talk to them all the time. We don't necessarily go to the meetings. We saw them they came here on Monday morning. We had a meeting here.
So was I on Monday night.
And I went directly from the meeting here to work as well. I have a full-time job, and I earn $6,000 a year to do this, and I spend between 10 and 40 hours a week being a school board member, in addition to my full-time job. I work a lot too. You all think that you're the only ones who work a lot. We work a lot for you.
Excuse me? Can I speak out of turn, please?
I mean, sometimes I feel like we are being yelled at when we try. It's kind of.
May I please speak?
Excuse me.
Okay. I'll wait for my turn.
So I just want you to realize that we do advocate. We talk to the county council members. We talk to the state legislators. We talk to the county executive. But we don't vote for the budget at their level. They're the only ones that can do it. So that's where you need to go. They have the budget control. I also understand that it's being said lately that the county executive staff is telling people that we have complete control, that they just tell us how much money we have and that we get to decide where it goes. That's not true. There are 14 separate budget categories, and we do not have the authority to move money between budget categories. If it is in transportation, it must be spent on transportation. If it is in personnel for a particular kind of personnel, we cannot move it to a different kind of personnel. They put it there. We don't put it there. So you may have heard people say, oh, we just give them the money and they decide where to spend it. That is not true. We are advocating with every fiber of our beings. This is my 8th year on the school board. I have asked for steps and even COLAs in addition to steps for every single year that I have been on the board. Every single year. I am sorry that the county executive and county council that we have had in this county have not given them to you. Most years we have given you more than what they have given us to give to you. We have scrimped and saved in other parts of the budget to give you more than what they have given us. I know it's not enough. I tell them all the time, we're losing our teachers. I know that. I have 2 kids in this school system. It matters to me too. But you all, when you come here, we agree with you. I just want you to realize that it's the county executive and the county council that have the purse strings. We're not the ones who have the money. We ask. We have tried to live up to our contractual obligations. When we don't get the money, we have to renegotiate. And that's what happens every single year.
Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say I appreciate the passion and the explanation of my fellow board members, but this is a time for public comment, and I'd like to hear the public, give them their time to talk, and we can reserve our comments and we can discuss this later, but let's hear what the public has to say.
Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Brent Tomczyk, Dr. Arlotta, board members. I just want to be clear, speaking of the previous comment with that I can speak, the issue with pointing fingers is we're all full of excuses, but the problem is we need a place to speak, and this is where it is right now. So as much as we need to be at, other meetings for the county council and everything, we want to make sure you guys are advocating for us as well. We know, I speak for everybody when I say we know that majority of you are, okay? But we need a place to voice our opinions and our thoughts and our issues. So without further ado, I'm an AP statistics teacher and Algebra 2 teacher at Meade Senior High School, and this Friday will be my last day with Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I put in my resignation about 30 days ago. I appreciate the support and the opportunities that the county has given me, but I'd like to speak tonight just as a little explanation as of why, so that you guys can have a first person view. I told my students why, and I explained to the faculty why as well, so I feel like it's everybody's turn to hear. Surprisingly, it's not really money related. This is my 5th year. I'm $32,000 in debt. If there was a money issue, I would just stick it out until the end and go for that ever evasive tuition reimbursement. But I got into this position as most people did. First off, it's also not my school. My staff at Meade High School has been some of the most supportive and loving individuals that I've ever worked with in my entire life. Okay, and I will forever appreciate them. I got into this job for growth, professional, personal, and of course, the growth of the youth, making sure that they grow as individuals. But it took me 4 years to realize that the decision making that is out of my control regarding money and programs, the programs whose worth are based in research but whose implementation is often disorganized at best, are in truth, harming my professional growth and my well-being and the well-being of my students. I shouldn't have to babysit higher-ups or the county council or my employer to make sure that they're looking out for what's best in me and my students. I'm becoming a worse person because of policies and decisions and comments made by government folks in this county. As a student and teacher of statistics, one example that I've been harmed by this is the frequent use of data, the infatuation with data. Okay? I see data being flaunted, or in the case of AP and IB scores, not even mentioned, okay, at meetings, and I find it laughable. So with my surprisingly short-lived career, I just hope that my comments here will further reinforce your guys' support for us teachers and support for, hopefully, as many of my colleagues said tonight, a reprioritization from extensive programs, of which I believe we have way too many, and more towards staffing and smaller classroom sizes. I teach a class of 38 AP statistics students in a portable classroom. It's not easy. Thank you.
Good evening. Nicole Fitzgerald, Southern Middle School. When I signed my teaching contract back in 2007, I was full of excitement to finally start the career I had waited so long to begin. My husband served 21 years in the Air Force, and his career superseded mine for most of those years between deployments, training, shift work, and change of duty locations. My military life prepared me for the things I would encounter in the classroom. When the time came for me to enter the workforce, I knew I was ready. I was confident in my abilities and had invested significantly in securing a top-notch education. I signed on with AACPS, and my teaching contract seemed like a dream come true. I was going to allow my family to purchase our forever home, send our girls to college with minimal debt, and live the American middle-class dream. After years of sacrifice, I was eager to contribute to the financial success of my family. We soon bought our modest house and thought we were living the dream. I was in it for the long haul, and day after day dreamed about how fantastic a classroom teacher I would be after 30 years of teaching. I was determined to make a difference in a child's life, create a classroom full of students who would shape the future and make our country proud. I swore a solemn oath to never stop learning, inspiring, listening, and reading. Boy, was I naive. Back in 2007, when I looked at the pay scale, I thought I would eventually recoup my student loan debts, be a bigger contributor to my family's financial security. The first year, my steps were frozen. I was told to be patient. Things will change. This has happened before. It will be short-lived. I listened and stayed on because I was untenured. I was excelling in the classroom and loved where I worked. The recession hit next, and the cost of living increased. Owning our home took a toll on the budget. We cut back where we could. I transferred schools to save gas, traded in my car for a more efficient used model, turned the lights off a bit earlier in the evenings. Suddenly, I was a bruised apple. I'm tired of the blame game where no one takes responsibility for what has happened, of being told I wasn't fiscally responsible. It never entered my mind 8 years ago that my contract would be violated and unfulfilled. I never dreamed that I would be working in a dead-end career as a teacher. I'm on step 3 with 8 years experience. I didn't realize I would be riddled with guilt for staying because I loved my job while knowing that my own family was suffering financially because of it. I never thought I would be in the position I'm in now where I question my career choice and look at other options. The fact of the matter is that I love my job. I'm good at my job and thought that would be enough, but sadly it's not. I can't afford to continue teaching in Anne Arundel County unless this board takes action now and begins to fight for what is right, to compensate us as a highly educated professionals we are. If not, it is fiscally irresponsible for me to stay, for any teacher to stay. We need to plan for our retirements, put money away for our own children's futures, protect what little assets we have left. I've been let down, and it pains me because every day I look into the faces of the children I teach and I'm sad. I see their earnest, hopeful faces, and I think to myself, I used to be like that too. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Laura Carter. I teach at Southern Middle School also, and she is amazing. I've been asked to read the following statement on behalf of a colleague. I hope you don't mind. Her story resonates for teachers across the county, so I don't think it's really important who says the words. So I'm going to speak in first person, which pains me because I'm a language arts teacher, and I am not telling you the story from my own personal point of view. But my students would understand, I think, that shadowing. I come to you as a parent of a first grade Anne Arundel County Public School student and a first grade teacher. I have taught over 400 children in my career, and that doesn't include every child I taught in summer school, those I taught one subject to during the days of switching classes, and those I mentored in after-school clubs. As a child, I played school every day and declared my education major as soon as I was accepted to college. Teaching is not just my career. It is my passion. I think we can all echo that. It is with great sadness that I speak to you tonight to share that I am questioning whether I can continue to be a teacher in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. If I do leave teaching after this year, it will not be because I want to. I'm not quitting. I know in my heart that this is what I was born to do, and I am very good at it. But I will not continue to work in a job that has set impossible expectations. The bar is set so high that we can no longer hope to reach it. The new demands added to our plates this year have caused me to neglect my own children, staying at school way past my contractual hours, and then staying up late every night trying to catch up on grading and plan for instruction. I cannot continue to fail my own children so that I can be an effective teacher by your standards. I would like to invite anyone here to come into a first grade classroom or sixth grade and demonstrate how to plan for a week's worth of lessons using the new online first grade curriculum within the given weekly planning minutes. Remember, for each of the 10 subject areas from the curriculum, you must create daily formative assessments and differentiate for all learners. Before you set out to plan, be sure you have a working printer in your classroom with ink, because none of the lessons, games, centers, or assessments within this live document have been printed for you. And don't try to look ahead, because there is no long-range planning tool. Wait, don't forget, don't fail to leave out time to plan. You're conducting all of your I'm going to say it wrong, Fontes and Pinnell. We love them. Running records so that you can find the independent, instructional, and frustration levels for each of your 25 students. So be sure that you plan and create meaningful activities for all the other students to quietly do at their seats while you're reading one-on-one. I could go on, but you get the point. Teachers in K-1 across this county are struggling. Why, when there's no money for step increases, did the county spend who knows how much money on board games for the K-1 curriculums? Bottom line, the hours of work required to be even a proficient teacher in this county are completely insane. We are tired. We are sad. We know no matter how hard we try, we are never going to make that bar. There aren't enough minutes in the day, whether you call them contractual hours or not. I'm several decades older than the colleague I read for, but her story resonates for me and breaks my heart. And I know that you are on our side. And we come before you because this is our place to speak our hearts. And you are our people. Be our people.
Good evening. My name is Robin Beers. I'm a teacher at Benfield Elementary in Severna Park, and I'm in my 8th year of teaching. I keep rearranging pieces in what I had planned to say based on what's been happening. First, I was going to say something about salary, but we all know what's up with salary. I'm in my 8th year on step 3. Yes, that's frustrating. But instead, I'm going to talk about something else, and that's workload. In my 8 years of teaching, I spent 5 years as an ECI teacher, providing individual instruction and case management to preschool students with educational disabilities and their families. Special ed is my passion. It is why I became a teacher. I admittedly struggled in my first year, having no designated county mentor in my field, learning the intricacies of all the paperwork, legal and compliance issues, collaborating with related services, parent communication, the development and implementation of IEPs, and then, of course, the actual interventions and instruction for my students. It pains me that after 5 years, I chose to leave my ECI position due to burnout, which the Oxford Dictionary, I'm sure you know, defines as physical or mental collapse caused by overwork or stress. But it's not the teaching causing the burnout, it's all the stuff. In ECI, the stuff was the paperwork, a problematic kindergarten transition process, and the pressure on students and their teachers to meet standards and expectations that are often developmentally inappropriate. Now that I'm in my 3rd year in general education, it's different stuff, but still contributing to a slow but nearly certain burnout. The stuff now includes paperwork, still, inadequate planning time, mandated data collection, standards that are often not developmentally appropriate, especially in primary grades, assessments that are not aligned with curriculum. It's new programs. Every time the scope and sequence of a curriculum change, a little bit of the rug gets pulled out from under a teacher, or at least that's how it feels. When an entire curriculum changes, like in K-1 this year, many teachers feel as though they're starting over. I watch our K-1 team, which I was once a part of, who are talented and veteran teachers, spend inordinate amounts of time adjusting to and planning for this new curriculum. Since the new curriculum was not piloted before being implemented, there are many kinks that teachers are working through. Broken web links, links to blank documents, links to sites with inappropriate advertisements, and activities that are not aligned to the stated objectives. It's tough to know that all the time and effort I'm putting in after a grade change this year will go somewhat out the window when the new curriculum is fully phased in. We're too often not given the time to learn and master new programs before they fall out of favor and the next big thing comes along. So what's my point? Oh, I left out an important part, which is that I'm a product of AACPS schools. I'm the daughter of 2 career AACPS teachers. My sister's in school to become a teacher, and my niece attends Arnold Elementary. I'm here. I want to be here. I want to stay here. But in order for that to happen, something has got to give. Each year more is added to the plate and nothing's taken off. Teaching feels like triage rather than teaching. Which priorities do I tackle today and which have to wait? How do I use my limited planning time? Work on my SLO, grade papers, enter the grades, return correspondence, update and analyze my CDM data? How many hours of my personal time do I give this week? The issue becomes that I use so much of my personal time to do the things I'm supposed to do during my contractual workday that by the time I get to my own personal planning for instruction, there's no more gas in the tank and no more time left in the weekend. So please help me to remain a teacher in AACPS. Fight with us as you have to reinstate our steps. Pull back on the new programs. The plate's full. Help stop the need for triage so that teachers can teach. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sebastian Serrano, and I teach science at Annapolis High School. Just as I did a month ago, I stand here on behalf of my students. My AP Physics students have demonstrated consistent scientific inquiry despite today's claims that our congressmen are lobbying to remove AP funding for the underprivileged. My ESOL, Matter, and Energy students continue to engage in scientific inquiry in spite of the fact that a number of them are putting in 40 hours per week at minimum wage. My problems with the contract should not be their problem. It just shouldn't. They have enough to worry about, and I will not burden my students with the fear of losing extra help time or losing an opportunity for a letter of recommendation. And hear me loudly and clearly. I will not turn my back on a fellow Latino who faces deportation and needs a letter of recommendation. Soy ecuatoriano, soy Latino, y somos una familia. My kids go through enough, and we are experiencing some of the lack of fairness that they have to go through quite a bit. I received a memo on Monday providing written proof of what I said at the last meeting. Between the new contract and the rise in rent, I lost a paycheck. That is not an estimate, that is a fact, and I received that on Monday. I lost a paycheck in spite of the fact that people are telling me that I'm doing a good job. Maybe it's my New England upbringing, but I don't think flattery is helping me pay the bills. I do not talk a big game outside the room only to cower to a camera and a bunch of people watching me. I would go so far as to speak to Senator Elizabeth Warren about the AP funding today. I called her office. I don't have a problem talking to anybody. But when I hear the county executive say that the median teacher income is $65,000 per year, I want to meet some of those folks. I hope he realizes this means half of us don't make that. When our county council has a member who abstains from voting for additional appropriations for the school current expense fund, he's not on our side. Taking away the challenge school bonus and then saying we should fight for it back is not a victory. Freezing step increases and then trying to remove their language from our contract is not a negotiation. These dollars have been taken away and they need to be returned. I don't want to hear that we don't have the money when we are one of the richest counties and one of the richest states in the richest nation in the history of Earth. I will keep teaching to the best of my ability, but I am being forced out by an official's pen, not a robber's gun. I will preserve my students' confidence that their AP Physics and ESOL Matter and Energy teacher works for them. But we are having doubts about whether or not our elected officials do too, because they have a lot of makeup work to turn in.
One act to follow. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keith Enriquez, and I have the privilege to teach at Annapolis High School. The seething unrest among many employees, parents, and students has not let up. It hasn't blown over, especially for our challenge schools. But regardless, I'm not really here to complain, but my wife and I are lucky enough to be looking into schools for our 2.5-year-old daughter. In making this crucial decision, the climate for AACPS employees has weighed heavily on our minds. Tonight, I want to get specific on what it would take, exactly, what it would take to reinstate that confidence in AACPS. And the answer is steps. The best case scenario, pie in the sky, it would be a full reinstatement of steps. Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. Of course, that's very wishful thinking, and everyone is different in what would restore their personal confidence in the county again. A more realistic goal would be another realistic goal that makes me smile still is going up a step next fall and going up another step later that school year in the spring. So this must be a priority in the county negotiations. It has to be what is negotiated around. The county executive has shown how much he respects students and teachers. The powers that be and the Board of Education has shown how high rolling out new initiatives is on your priority list. And an earlier comment about the MOE being new money. How is it that you're not getting new monies for raises necessarily, but still are coming out with new initiatives? That was just my comment that I got from up here. But I'm going to go home now and see my daughter. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The next group of 7 is Amanda Fiedler, Sharon Mazel, Robin Schmidt, Mike Milkovich, Kelly Johnson, Craig Davis, and Priscilla Pisano.
When does my time start exactly?
Thank you.
I can start. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto, President Korbelak, and members of the board. My name is Amanda Fiedler. I'm the mother of a kindergartner and first grader at Broadneck Elementary School. I know how good our schools are. I'm the product of our schools. But sadly, this county I grew up in is no longer the same. I won't stand here and rehash all of the teacher testimony you've heard. You know that story. In fact, when I was here, Ms. Ritchie suggested to our teachers to have a different conversation because we all have struggles and hardships. She suggested our teachers go into the community and tell why they matter to kids, why they make a difference. If the camera had been on me sitting in that lobby, my jaw was on the floor. What time do our teachers have to go into the community and lobby for themselves? What parent in this county doesn't know how valuable our teachers are? What parents don't know is the struggle is far and wide. It's not just me in Chesapeake and Annapolis. This struggle is in every school. I only had to look across the room last month and see teachers from Broadneck to solidify that. That night I became a Prophet's parent. We are the parents supporting our teachers because they no longer stand alone. In the last month, we've met with TAC, other parent advocates, and over 50 teachers from across the county and Miss Brandenburg. Our goal is to convey to every parent in this county what financial workload hardships our teachers are facing. We are asking you, the board, to make your #1 priority for the 2017 budget fair compensation for our teachers. Because according to my meeting with Ms. Brandenburg, pet projects are the first priority. There is absolute culpability with our county executive and county council, and please do not worry, we will be addressing them. We've been told there's no fluff on the board's budget, but we've also heard about unwrapped textbooks sitting in dumpsters, closets full of unused manipulatives, and games for structured play that don't get used. When dealing with a budgeting problem, every single penny counts, and this is simply not acceptable. Where is the communication between the board and the teachers in the classroom? There has to be a better dialogue for the board, between the board and the teachers about what the teachers need, and not just what the board thinks they need.
We've received over 20 emails from teachers who've already left the county. They can't afford to live and work here. One teacher went to DC Public Schools and instantly made $20,000 more. She was a recent Teacher of the Year nominee for our county. We're here tonight and we'll be in the county council meeting in December. The tides need to turn and they need to turn now. The one thing we can't ask the county council is to alleviate the workload for our teachers. We are working them to death, and these are my kids' teachers. As one teacher put it, I've lost the freedom to just teach. These are our kids they are teaching. What are we doing to our teachers? What is it costing our kids? As parents, we want the workload on our teachers to be more realistic so our teachers can focus on teaching. We don't want our teachers in endless meetings. We want them planning lessons. We want our principals to protect those essential planning times throughout their day. And Dr. Alato, I ask you, who can I speak with in the board to stop the overworking of our teachers, because somebody is mandating this and the parents would like to speak to them. We are Profits parents. We're here today. We're not going away. We heart our teachers. We stand by them. We value them. We rally for them and their deserved salaries and their time. To ignore their needs is to ignore our children's needs. As our representatives sitting on the Board of Education, we're asking you to do what we believe that you can do, and that's change the tide that we're on. Our teachers deserve more, and our children deserve more.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Moselle, Annapolis High School teacher, Deal Elementary parent. I'm going to read something. As we prepare to celebrate a time of Thanksgiving and take a short break from the hard work we do for children every day, please know how very thankful I am to be able to work alongside each and every one of you. There's no job I would rather have and no team of people I'd rather do this work with than this one. Dr. Arlotto, that was your Thanksgiving message to us last year. I have another one to read. I am proud, first and foremost, because of the people that make up this great organization. You are caring, compassionate, and committed. You are dedicated, passionate, relentless in the pursuit of educational excellence. Our children are better people because of you. No matter your role in our school system, have chosen to invest in their lives. Dr. Arlotto again, August. Welcome back email. And then just Monday. Our educators and other employees are every bit as talented, passionate, dedicated, and committed as ever. I'm hearing these words, and they're pretty words. But I'm seeing where your feet are heading. To programs, not people. And where our money is going. To programs, not people. Who do you think implements programs? People. Teachers. One more quote. This one from Henry David Thoreau. The cost of a thing is the amount of what I will call life, which is required to be exchanged for it, immediately or in the long run. You, sir, and ladies and gentlemen, are exchanging the lives of our children to save the cost of earned, deserved, owed teacher compensation. Awesome.
Dr. Alato and members of the Board of Education, my name is Priscilla Pisano. I've been a resident and taxpayer in Anne Arundel County for 42 years, and I have 2 grown children who attended county schools from kindergarten through 12th grade. I am appalled by what I have recently heard, and I consider to be the dishonest policy of changing grades to give students a 50% grade just for trying when their actual grade is much lower. We, the citizens of Anne Arundel County, do not do these students any favor by dumbing down the curriculum, graduation requirements, or grades. Students need to be held accountable for their own actions and achievement. When students leave high school, whether they graduate or not, and enter the real world, they will find that there is no reward for trying, only for results. They will not be able to succeed either at higher education or jobs if they think all they have to do is try. That just doesn't do it. If students are achieving failing results, whether at 50% or lower, you need to find out the cause and address that, not lower the standards. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good evening, Dr. Arlotto and members of the board. My name is Kelly Johnson. I worked within Anne Arundel County Public Schools from the fall of 2011 until this past July, first as an intern at Meade High School, then as a teacher at North County High School, and as a curriculum writer. And I loved my job here. I loved working with dedicated and bright educators. I loved working on the curriculum. I loved the meaningful work that I did teaching and mentoring students. But that's all in past tense, so obviously there was something that I didn't love, and the largest of those, I will say, was the lack of step increases and the insecure financial future that created, as well as a general feeling of a lack of professional respect due to increased performance expectations, increased scrutiny, increased responsibilities, and no salary to match those increases, which I think common sense dictates is just a recipe for disaster. So I just wanted to speak tonight to offer my perspective as what I like to call a statistic. I'm part of that 50% of teachers who leave within the first 5 years of being a teacher. I'm also part of the, I think it was 700 that Mr. Benfer said left AACPS in the past year. I just want to kind of give you an idea of what I encountered when I went to my new job, which is with a tiny nonprofit organization. I realized that our staff is a lot smaller than yours, 21 people, but also our resources are a lot lower. So when I talk about these things, consider the fact that this small organization was able to offer me this. When I went to them, I earn a salary, a base salary that equals what I had to work day school, night school, and curriculum writing in order to achieve here. I have health insurance coverage that is the same for a lower monthly premium, free life and disability insurance, a retirement that I have a lot more control over. I have a lot of doubts about what that pension's going to look like when I'm retirement age. A wellness program, generous leave policy, travel opportunities, plus the intangibles of autonomy and respect. And I'm not saying all this to brag about my new job, though I do really like it. I just want to give you an idea that what Mr. Benfer and Ms. McHugh pointed out earlier is absolutely true. The recession is over. There's lots of opportunity, especially in this area. And teachers do have options. And I think that if you don't already feel that you have an HR crisis on your hands, you're probably going to. I think that the bleeding is going to start to get worse, and I'm proof of that. And I also know, because I work for a nonprofit and I was able to encounter this level of compensation and less stress, but still be able to do good work, that the teachers of this county who want to do good work are still going to be able to find that elsewhere and have a much better financial future and less stress. So I realize that the county council's actions have a lot to do with this. I also know that this problem isn't new. It was the same when Leopold was in office and when Newman was in office. It's not new with Steve Schuh. He's a very easy person to vilify, of course, but this problem's been around for a while, and we're trusting you all to lead on this issue and get really creative and solve the problem, because I think I was a good teacher. I hope my colleagues agree, and I think you're going to lose more good teachers if you don't solve this problem.
Want my Steeler hat on the camera. Good evening. Dr. Arlotto, members of the board, my name is Mike Milkovich, and I teach at Annapolis High School. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in regards to the budget for fiscal year 2017. As I mentioned, my name is Mike Milkovich. My students call me Mr. Milk. My Latino students call me Senor Leche, which I think is really cool. I'm going to take a different route here. To be a successful high school teacher, you need 3 qualities. You need to be organized, you've got to be interesting, and you've got to make it relevant. An organized teacher can provide immediate, meaningful feedback. He or she can make phone calls home, differentiate instruction as they see fit for their students, reflect on classroom management issues, or the success of the day's lesson. An interesting teacher can build strong personal relationships that enable students to take risks within the walls of their classroom and build fun lessons that make the hour and 25 minutes go by quickly. And it's got to be relevant. The successful teacher can find ways to make Hamlet personable, physics practical, and history necessary. And let's face it, they're teenagers, so it's all about them anyways. It might as well be the lesson too. I became an employee of this county in 2008, and I've worked very hard since then to develop these traits in my teaching style and professional life. I love to teach. I challenge you to find a student who has taken my class over the past 8 years that will say, I did not provide these qualities on a daily basis. I challenge you to find an administrator that has observed my class will say they did not see these traits on a consistent basis. I challenge you to find either who would say they haven't seen this from the vast majority of teachers in Anne Arundel County. The teachers of this county, as Dr. Arlotta would say, are awesome. Now do what's right. Fund the step. Work with tact to bring back the lost steps. Make these top priorities. Smart boards do not engage kids. I engage kids. Chromebooks don't get kids to process information. I get kids to process information. Thinking maps don't get them to think. I get them to think. PVA does not get kids to dance. These teachers get kids to appreciate the arts. Fund the right program in 2017. The human beings that make all this work, the teachers of Anne Arundel County, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you all for letting me speak tonight. My name is Craig Davis, and I currently work at Broadneck Elementary School as a general music teacher and chorus director. I take a great deal of pride in my job to provide students with as many experiences as they can. And while I don't just stand up here for cultural arts teachers, I stand here for every teacher in the county. My experience as a teacher has been fostered and nurtured not just through the compassion and consideration of my parents, but of the teachers in this school system. I'm a graduate of Severna Park High School, and was fortunate enough to become a music teacher in Anne Arundel County upon graduating with my degree. I had the opportunity to teach at Chesapeake High School, Arundel High School, and now at Broadneck. I've had the opportunity to instill my love and passion of music onto others in ways I never imagined. I've conducted choral concerts, been a DJ for school dances, even had the fortitude to lead 135 fifth graders in a musical production. My classroom management has flourished in my new position. I found new ways to intrigue, excite, and entice children about the wonders of music. This endeavor led to one of the best, I will say, professional development moments of my career, when I taught a beginner ukulele lesson to several members of my faculty. That was last week. It was fun and playful for many of the staff members, but also essential in connecting how valuable music can be to students. Like anything in education or life, music takes discipline, determination, and above all else, experience. These are values that were taught to me by amazing teachers in this county. And now I pass on to a new generation of students and future educators. And despite all my amazing experiences and success stories, I'm restless and perplexed as why we're not properly compensated. Surrounded by people that work harder than I can ever imagine, I've seen colleagues leave this county or simply retire. It's not as if they were asking for the world in return. They simply wanted what was stipulated in their contracts. Too much time has been spent debating about the financial aspect of our county budget in regards to teacher salaries. I've dedicated my life to this profession, and I love it, but I take pause when I notice there's been little to no progress. Tonight is where I state my vehement request on behalf of all teachers who deserve to be acknowledged and compensated for their efforts. And loyalty runs very deep, and I'll go off the script here because I just want to speak my mind. At my school, I'm one of 2 male teachers in an elementary school, and I feel like a rock star because I'm 6'3", and I walk in, the kids love me. I never want to leave there, but I worry because loyalty only runs so far, at least for me, my financial future, and my love of this profession. The one thing I love more than this job is my fiance, who's waiting for me right now as I finish this speech. So I urge the board and county executives, whoever can hear me, teachers, parents alike, to please stop punishing teachers financially. Until steps are reinstituted, we will remain restless and continue to fight for our greater well-being. We want to be valued as respected educators and dignified employees in this school system. Hope you take my words to heart. Make this a great school system where teachers don't flee, but yearn to join our ranks. Thank you.
My turn. My name is Robin Schmidt. I'm back again. I was last year. Mr. Webb, nice to see you again. Ms. Ritchie, nice to see you. The theme here has been the same the whole way, and we have to get it, and we don't. I'm here again. I was here for the challenge stipends last month. I'm here again, just to let you know. I want to clue you in on what the challenge stipends were and how they began. I was at Annapolis Middle School when they didn't have challenge stipends. It was hard to attract high-quality teachers. I was there 4 years, got accessed, went to Glen Burnie High School, came back 12 years later. I walked into that school and I was totally shocked and amazed at the high quality of teacher that they had. Talked to them. Well, the challenge stipend was there. They were willing to take a risk. Now, yes, in the challenge schools, there are people who leave every year because they can't handle it. It's a whole different animal. And the challenge stipend was taken away. You know, I don't know why, because I never got a chance to vote on it, and I say it was my point. And at the same time, no one is saying who offered it. Did the board put it on the table, or did TAC put it on the table? No one will tell us. Read in the paper today, it's from the county executive's office, that TAC put it on the office, but then again, it's the county executive's office. You're not sure what you believe, what not to believe. Now, I've talked to a lot of challenge school teachers, I myself being one. That $2,000 stipend that we got, it didn't go into my pocket. When you work in a challenge school, there's kids who can't go to field trips because they don't have the money. You pay for it. There are kids who can't afford lunch. You pay for it. There are kids who, Christmas comes, they're getting nothing. You know that. You help them out. My wife and I figured out, because she works in a challenge school too, we spent, for 4 years together working in the same challenge school, between $2,500 and $3,000 a year on those kids because they deserve it. We need to give them a break. We need to bring them up. And then you take it away. My wife's first thought was, how are we going to spend this now? How are we going to get it? That was $2,000 that we didn't really depend on, so we could do it. Now it's coming out of my pocket from my raise. Don't know how it's going to happen. Don't know how it's going to happen. Now, people have said here about teachers leaving, going here, and we do have the best teachers in the world. We do. I'm on the downside. Like I said last time, I have 3 years left and I can get out of here. We have teachers between the 5 and 15 year who I've never seen such good teachers. I have $2 to go to Annapolis High School with me. One graduates this year, one graduates next year. Before I went out there, they used to talk about their teachers all the time. Mr. Milkovich, who left, I never knew who the man was, but I knew his name. And they talk about, that's the teachers that you have in the quality, and I'm thankful for that. My daughters went to Germantown Elementary School, challenge school. Annapolis Middle School, challenge school. Annapolis High School, challenge school, with the best teachers I've ever seen in the world. But no one knows what happened. Now, teachers say that because of the pay, we're not getting steps, this and that, they're thinking about leaving. But the last straw was yesterday. Mr. Bennifer sent us an email telling us about the new negotiations. And on the negotiations was to take the language for the step increase out of the contract language. Yeah, you think that wouldn't mean much. Let me tell you what. The amount of teachers I saw today who were so upset. And I mean teachers who I thought would never even think about leaving. I saw 3. Make sure their resumes were still intact at other counties. To have that taken out says, we don't care about you. You're not important to us. So if we take that out, we don't have to entertain that anymore. You put it on the table, why not? Challenge stipend was put on the table, and our union took it. Why not put this on there and see what you can get for it? The biggest thing that everybody at the challenge schools right now is upset with is that the administrators didn't take your offer and kept their challenge stipend. They still have it every day, every year. And they get quite a lot. I don't begrudge them for it. I begrudge my union for taking it away from us without giving us a chance. We are trying things different. We need things. The last thing I will say, Dr. Arlotto, people over programs. We do have too many programs in this county. Half of them, they're not that good. They're not that good. The lady that needs the books, I can get you the books anytime you want. Get rid of the Algebra 1 books we have in this county. They aren't good. And we waste a lot of money every year on these. And I would say, as she said, books that are thrown away, I bet that's half of those still in the cellophane. We need to do a better job in this county for what we do and the things we purchase. And the Algebra 1 books we've done now for 7 or 9 years, that is a waste of money. So thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Right. Joanne Wagner, Craven Ingalls, Akshay Gandhi, Russell Leone, and Alice Kane.
Ready? I'm Joanne Zoller Wagner. I teach ESOL at High Point Elementary School and Marley Elementaries. Both schools have dedicated, dynamic teachers and solid, supportive administration. However, I've noticed school morale is at an all-time low, so I invited teachers to share what they're thinking with the board and that I would tell you. I'm just reading about 6 or 7 out of 20 that I received. When I came to AACPS in the year 2010 from another Maryland county, I received a step decrease. However, I was banking on future steps. 6 years later, I make $7,200 less than I should. With 13 years of experience as a related service provider, I have contemplated leaving the school system and either going contractual or working with a different population. I struggle to pay daycare, student loans, and my mortgage. What does highly effective ratings get me? Nothing. I want my steps to show that I'm working hard for something. I want to be appreciated. Not receiving another step increase has been a slap in the face. I no longer feel compelled to deliver dynamic, time-consuming lessons, but what is required and easy and already available. The passion I felt is dwindling. I've worked as a teacher for 7 years, had to earn a master's and make $53,000. To speak about the average salary at $65,000 is misleading. Those individuals have taught for years. If teachers make so much money, why do so many of us work at night, on weekends, and through the summer? Teaching is no longer a family-friendly job. I have taught in Anne Arundel County for 10 years, and I honestly don't feel valued. I was hired under a certain contract that is no longer being honored. I am frustrated because my workload has increased tremendously, but my income has stayed the same. Teachers are expected to work miracles without time and resources. I am a young teacher that is trying to buy a house and live comfortably with my husband. Instead, we are living in an apartment, both of us working 3 jobs to pay off loans, live, and save for our future. I have 2 children, one in AACPS, and I'm going to take a second job after the holidays to make ends meet. I am in my 19th year of teaching and can't remember the last raise I received. I mean, real raise. I am a second-year teacher in AACPS with previous years out of state that were not credited to me when I moved to AACPS. I worked 10 hours over my contractual requirements in the building to adequately plan lessons, and for parent communication, I spent an additional 10 hours at home, grading papers, lesson planning, totally a minimum of 60 hours a week. I have a second job that takes 15 to 20 hours per week. It's impossible to perform all the duties of a teacher in 37.5 hours a week. After all meetings are accounted for, I get maybe 4 hours of contracted planning time per week to do 20+ hours worth of work. 5th grade teacher. I hope you'll take the low teacher morale into account in your decision making this year. Thank you.
Good evening, President Korbelak, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. My name is Russell Leone. I'm a 4th grade teacher at the Blue Ribbon Severna Park Elementary School. Thank you once again for allowing us to speak. And I'm so glad we're hearing so many of these stories because last month, Mrs. Ritchie stated that teachers need to get out there and tell the stories. So I'm going to share mine tonight again. So as you've heard before, I'm in my 18th year of teaching with Anne Arundel County. I grew up and was educated in the neighboring county of Prince George's. When I decided to be a teacher, I went through a fantastic program at Johns Hopkins University. There I was given opportunities to observe and participate in classrooms in Prince George's, Howard, and St. Mary's County, as well as here in Anne Arundel County. When the time came to choose where I wanted to do my final student teaching, I chose Anne Arundel County. Upon graduation, I was offered contracts in Prince George's, where I would work alongside teachers who taught me. And I was also offered contracts in Howard County and here in Anne Arundel. Again, I had such a positive experience with great mentor teachers, I chose to come to Anne Arundel County. In my years here, I've had some pretty great classes and have worked above and beyond without pause. I've worked on yearbooks, guide students to the state Black Saga competition, run 24 game clubs and Seaperch clubs at my schools, sometimes simultaneously. But a couple years ago, I started to pull back a little bit. Some people tell me that it was because I was getting more involved in my association. But my involvement was because I could see that I was giving and giving, as well as the other teachers around me were giving and giving, but we needed to be vocal about the conditions of our profession. I stand before you. I'm now a proud NEA director of our national association, one of 4 in Maryland. I may not run clubs anymore, and more about that in just a minute, but I work beyond my hours to improve educational experience of our students, from lobbying on Capitol Hill and the effects of testing, to serving on our county's teacher SLO team, to meeting with officials in Annapolis, and of course, planning great instruction. I can't devote all of my time to running clubs and extracurricular activities anymore because the culture of our schools has changed. I remember having a time where we had staff meetings where teachers could actually collaborate. Today, I get to sit in meetings and read books that tell me to remind kids to focus on asking questions and wondering about information, as if in 18 years I hadn't thought about that. Do we really need another professional development type meeting that is on the power of the word yet? My question of yet is, I would like to say we haven't gotten our steps yet, and believe it. I will end this by telling you that I am proud to say I'm an Anne Arundel County teacher. However, for the first time in my career, when a friend of mine asked me and told me her son wanted to be a teacher here in Anne Arundel County, I said, teach anywhere but here. Will I tell others to come teach to Anne Arundel County? Not yet. Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Akshay Gandhi. I teach at Annapolis High School. Thank you all for doing your incredibly difficult jobs. I genuinely mean that. You walk a tightrope, and I understand the challenge of that. Truly, I'm going to keep this as short as possible. I'm more of a blunt person. I don't like to do little cutesy metaphors too much. But I wish I could have a discussion with you much more than a 3-minute speech. I can't spell out the facts I've collected in such a short amount of time and hear your counter arguments, because I truly do want to hear those counter arguments. I want to talk numbers and budget with you, believe it or not. I'm an intelligent man. I can do that. All right. I don't like to play a political game. I don't like to go to the papers. I don't like all that stuff. I don't like reading about information there. I really don't. I understand TAC is meant to represent us, and the board members here are leaders in this district. To both TAC and the Board of Ed, though, this is where I will say, people in this room, the notion that discontinuing the challenge school stipends was ever mentioned is ridiculous. That is some in this room. All right. I understand we want to point fingers elsewhere at a different location, but that taking away the challenge school stipend is here. We need our step raises. We need the reinstatement of lost step raises just as much as we need challenge school stipends. My understanding is that the loss of challenge school stipends is that those dollars were used to fund a marginal increase in the COLA. That is outrageous and has me livid. That, again, does fall on the people in this room. I know your hands were tied because of the county executive and the county council, but it was not acceptable to hurt the challenge school teachers in hopes of benefiting some of the other teachers. Again, I want to have a conversation with you about this and explain my thoughts more fully and explain them with facts and come to a conclusion with you, but I have too much to say, and I can't really say it all in this short amount of time. Trust me, I'll discuss this with each of you if given the time. And I'll even discuss it with Steve Shue, as, you know, since he hasn't really stepped into a classroom ever, he doesn't really know what I'm saying and where I'm coming from. So this message goes out to him. Should he ever watch this, you don't know what you're talking about. All right? And quite frankly, you're the one being dumb. So don't call the students dumb. I want to discuss this. I'm more passionate about education and student growth than many of you may understand. Some of you may, but all of this situation is quickly putting that fire out, and it's really disheartening. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Akshay, before you leave, I would be happy to talk to you anytime. And I spent a wonderful hour with some of your awesome Annapolis High students, IB kids today, who wanted to learn more about education funding. They're as curious to have that discussion as you guys. So just like they did, just send me an email and we'll get together. Okay?
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yes, I'll stay over here if you want.
No one has more of a passion for learning than I do. I'd love to talk to you. We're on the same page. We want kids to learn, and we want them to graduate.
Agreed. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Craven Ingalls. I'm the president of the Annapolis High School PTA, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the research that supports much of what we've been hearing at last month's meeting and also tonight. In a research paper written by Heather Schwartz, she did this for the RAND Corporation, and it was also funded by the MacArthur Foundation. Can housing policy be good education policy? For most children where you live, it determines where you go to school. The academic performance gap between children in the top and bottom 10% of household incomes has doubled over the last 25 years, which poses a daunting challenge for schools trying to raise low-income student achievement. The concentration of low-income children within a school adds layers of challenges, since it is harder to attract and retain well-prepared teachers and administrators. In a recent report published by the National Education Association, teachers have been denied competitive professional pay for too long, and low pay comes at a high cost for schools and students who lose good teachers to better paying professions. Some 20% of new public school teachers leave the profession by the end of the first year, and almost half leave within 5 years, like we heard earlier. So the analysis that a lot of these research documents have done correlates student outcomes with the relationship between pay and student achievement. Higher pay promotes competition and therefore more and better teacher applicants. Improving pay increases the status of the profession, again, making it more attractive to potential recruits. Annapolis resident Dr. Jennifer Rice, who's an associate professor in the Department of Education Policy and Leadership at the University of Maryland, has conducted significant research on this topic and is published in numerous journals, and she is the co-editor of Physical Policy and Urban Education. This is all real data that I hope we can make available to your organization and the people on your staffs. Having a highly qualified teacher has been shown in the research to matter most for minority and disadvantaged students. As Rice and other researchers clearly tell us, less money allocated for teachers have been linked to lower student performance. The support of creative pay options to attract and retain high quality teachers to low-performing schools is preferred over long-term salary increases to all. While there is still much work to be done, the Annapolis cluster has experienced significant improvements over the last several years. The Annapolis High School PTSA and the Annapolis Education Commission believes these improvements are fragile and are at a tremendous risk due to the elimination of the Challenge School Grant. We believe the situation is urgent, and we again are asking the Board of Education and TAC to add an addendum to the negotiated agreement restoring the monetary incentives for our teachers at high poverty challenge schools. Thank you.
My name's Alice Kane, and I'm the parent of students at Hillsmere and Annapolis Middle School. I'm also the executive vice president of a national nonprofit, Teach Plus, that works with outstanding teachers across the country to close the achievement gap in 7 communities around the country. I moved to Annapolis 5 years ago, and I've been delighted by the caliber of the educators that my children have encountered in our schools. My son's teachers at Annapolis Middle School deliver excellence every day. I see them going above and beyond all the time, whether it's staying after school on Tuesdays to help any students who are struggling, coming in on Thursday mornings for band practice, working tirelessly on the school musical, Little Mermaid, coming in February, And each of my son's teachers gave me their email address on back to school night. Every time I've sent an email, I've gotten a response. They send a weekly email, the teams, to let parents know what the students are learning that week and what we can do at home to help. It is abundantly clear to me that these teachers are deeply committed to their students, and I think it's short-sighted, unfair, and just plain wrong to take away compensation that they've been promised. What kind of example are we setting as adults if we don't keep our promises? When I say it's short-sighted, I'm basing that statement on evidence that differentiated compensation has a positive impact on teacher recruitment and retention in high-need schools, which in turn has a positive impact on student learning. My organization runs a teacher-designed school turnaround model. We're in 19 schools around the country in 3 different school districts, and some of the highest poverty schools in the country. The model works, one of the core components is differentiated compensation. Again, this was teacher designed, and the model works across schools. By the end of the 3rd year, the percent of students achieving proficient or advanced has grown an average of 17 points in math, 10 points in ELA, significantly outperforming the rate of growth in other schools, both traditional schools and charter schools in those communities. Last year, we surveyed highly effective teachers who work in high-need schools across the country. We asked them, why did you come to a high-need school? Why did you make that choice? If you've stayed, why did you stay? And if you've left, why did you leave? So we have data from thousands of teachers on this. And it was really interesting going through the data. The top answer of why they choose to teach in high poverty schools was personal satisfaction of helping the kids who need them most. But another high answer was salary and pay, followed by leadership and growth opportunities, being listened to and trusted, and having some degree of professional autonomy. I also work closely with teachers in Washington, D.C., who are beneficiaries now of the impact system, which allows them to earn in high need schools up to $130,000 a year, as compared to a cap of $69,000 in our county after 13 years. I can't tell you how many extraordinary teachers had one foot out the door that have stayed put in DC because of impact. The impact on morale has been huge, but most important is the impact on students. And I know you've seen the NAEP data. In DC, the scores or the trajectory is going way, way up, and differentiated compensation has been a key component of that success. The last thing I want to say, and this is not in my notes, but just reflection on the conversation I heard tonight. As a parent and a taxpayer in this community, I appreciate hearing you saying that you're trying, and you're trying really, really hard. And so I want to say thank you for that. But I want to ask you, please, just to roll up your sleeves and tell us you're not going to quit till you get this done. The teachers deserve it. The parents deserve it. The students deserve it. And just don't take no for an answer. You have more power than we do, and we're begging you. So thank you.
That's it for the completed cards. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board at this time?
Good evening. My name is Jason Foy. I'm a health and physical education teacher at Marley Middle. I know we talk a lot about the achievement gap. What I don't see in Anne Arundel County is diversity in our teachers, but I see it in our schools. I started at Hebron Harmon. Mead Village is the population that feeds there, Title I population. I was at Adams Academy last year, some of the most needy students in our entire county. Now I'm at Marley Middle. What I know is when kids that look like me see me, they're excited because they know that regardless of how hard I push them, I can relate. And every year we have a diversity fair, and I know that 700 people left last year. We're probably gearing up for the same. Please try harder to make our population and the teacher workforce a little more colorful. I say that not in jest, because kids are going to strive for people that look like them, whether you realize it or not. I'm real hard on my black boys, and at the end of the day, they thank me for it. So please, 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 when we're hiring, make sure we don't overlook the teachers of color, whether it's male or female, because there's always going to be a child looking for someone to identify with, and that could be that one piece that they need to really push them to greatness. Thank you.
Mrs. Birch.
Can you hang on a second? That is one of our big goals, and we are constantly trying to work on that. If you have any ideas to help us, I mean, our HR people are always looking for new and better ways to reach the community. You're right, money, yes. I mean, we're competing with every other school district who is also hiring. And that's obviously one of the things that we talk to the county about whenever we talk to them, is that if we want to be competitive, we need to have better pay. But if you have any other ideas as to how, I mean, because that is a priority for us, and I don't want you to think that it's not, because we're very aware that kids need to see people who look like them, and that's one of the best ways to reach them. So thank you very much.
We also need you to go and encourage some of those students out there to major in education, because we can't hire if they don't graduate with the degree. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to... Oh.
Hi. I'm Holly Kleiderline. I'm the school counselor at Oak Hill. I spoke Monday night at the county council, talked about from 2009, I have an increase in my net pay of, was it $58? $64? Because of all the taxes, everything else that's taken out. That's how much difference there is from 2009. And it frustrates me because when kindergarten gets another box of Play-Doh, that's where the money could come from. When first grade teachers have structured play and the games that are available are Battleship, what do you think the kids are going to be doing after they play Battleship? Making exploding noises that then end up in my office or end up in the administrator's office. How about Operation? Imagine doing Fountas and Pinnell and trying to work one-on-one with a kid when you've got Operation game in the background buzzing repeatedly. What about to the games that are meant for children aged 8 to 11, and it's for first grade students who are not 8 to 11. Rummy Cube, not appropriate for first graders. So if the money is being spent there, it's really frustrating to know that that's where it's being spent, not increasing the $58 from 2009. So that's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Okay, item 4.01 is administrative personnel appointments, and we do not have any appointments for this meeting. Item 4.02, ratification of the negotiated agreement with the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County. Dr. Alato, your recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend the approval of the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Rawls, and I am the Director of Employee Relations. Good evening, Ms. Korbelak, Dr. Alato, Ms. Nally, and the members of the board. The negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County reached a tentative agreement for FY16. In brief, the summary of changes as agreed upon by both parties include a 2% COLA for all Unit 4 employees effective July 1, 2015, elimination of the challenge school stipends, which consist of an assignment and AMO component. The amount of the assignment stipend will be credited in full and is a part of the 2% COLA. Providing an additional day for annual leave or personal business, or a reduction to the work year for all Unit 4 employees, and a modification of the administrative transfer process. Additional information regarding these and other items contained in the summary of changes can be found on the AACPS website. I would like to thank Bradley Darjan, the UniServe Director, and Elizabeth Dotson, who is the President of SAAC, as well as the negotiating team for their dedicated efforts during FY16 negotiations. Together, we were able to reach an agreement which supports SAAC members and their commitment to AACPS students, staff, and the community. On November 10th, 2015, SAAC ratified this agreement. As such, I respectfully request your approval and ratification of the noted summary of changes.
Good evening. My name is Liz Dodson. I am president of SAAC, and I am speaking on behalf of SAAC Unit 4 members. SAAC is asking the Board of Education to ratify the tentative agreement negotiated in good faith with Anne Arundel County Public Schools, followed by SAAC is requesting a step placeholder to be placed in the superintendent's budget. With all that this said, we are here doing everything we can do so that our teachers can teach and so that our students can learn.
I don't have any board questions or comments. Are there any public comments on this item? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 1. So motion passes 801. Item 4.09 is the ratification of the negotiated agreement between the Board of Education and the Association of Educational Leaders, AEL. Dr. Arlato, your recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and the Association of Education Leaders.
Yes, the negotiating team for the Board of Education and the Association of Educational Leaders have also reached a tentative agreement for FY16. In brief, the summary of changes as agreed upon by both parties include a 1.25% COLA for all Unit 2 employees effective July 1, 2015, implementation of a pilot professional leave framework, and modification to the process for hiring external candidates. Additional information regarding these and other items contained in the summary of changes can be found on the AACPS website. I would like to take a moment to thank Rick Kovalent, who is the Executive Director of AEL, as well as their Chief Negotiator, William Myers, who is here this evening, who is President of AEL, and the negotiating team for their dedicated effort during FY16 negotiations. Together, we were similarly able to reach an agreement which AEL members and which represent AEL members and their commitment to AACPS students, staff, and community. On November 12, 2015, AEL ratified this agreement, and tonight I am asking the board for approval and ratification of the noted summary of changes. Thank you.
Before you speak, we just need to have a motion and a second so that we can vote.
So move.
Okay.
Stand up, sitting down a long time. I've seen really pick the doozies of board meetings to come to, but this was essential tonight. Good evening, President Kovalak, Dr. Arlato, members of the board. For the record, I am Will Myers, President of the Association of Educational Leaders, principal at South River High School, a resident of Anne Arundel County, and I'm a proud member of the first graduating class of Northeast High School. I bring that last point up because I've either attended or worked in Anne Arundel County schools most of my life. As such, I have a keen interest in keeping our schools the very best in the state and the nation. I want to carefully craft my words tonight. To say AEL is pleased with the final version of this contract would simply not be true. The process at times was strained and frustrating. This was a shame since both sides share many of the same goals and beliefs. At a time when morale across the county is low, contracts which poorly compensate and recognize the efforts of their employees create situations like work to rule. Both publicly and privately, we have discussed with some of you the frustration with the bargaining process. I'm reminded again and again of the Einstein quote, "Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results." Let's stop the insanity. The manner in which we resolve our disagreements simply serves neither of us well. The conflict between the Board of Education the conflict between the authority of the Board of Education to set educational policy and program and require the funding necessary to implement both has seemingly shifted to the county government, who affects the educational agenda and priorities by withholding or preferentially granting funds. AEL and the other bargaining groups believe the educational delivery system belongs to you, the Board of Education. The impact on the negotiation process is obvious. We contract with the board, but plead with the county council and the county executive for funding. This issue needs to be resolved. We hope the board will join AEL and the other bargaining groups in seeking a collaborative solution to this broken process. In conclusion, thank you for considering and ratifying the agreement presented to you this evening. I especially want to thank Ms. Rawls and the members of the board team for their time and patience through a very arduous process. Hopefully together we can find a better path to future negotiations. Thank you.
Dr. Frank?
Mr. Myers, thank you so much for being here. We've had such a contentious meeting this evening that I think the first thing I should say is that I appreciate the fact that my kids went to school at Arundel High School when you were there, and they did quite fine. And then to add a little more levity to the difficult conversation, I really love your tie and the color of your jacket that you're wearing. So I hope that we can indeed work together. That's a very serious comment. It's unfortunate that we have to take such a long period of time to get where we are here. So I hope we can start tomorrow to work together so that we can get more kids to graduate from high school. So thank you.
Mrs. Summer.
Last month, the Board of Education ratified the contract with TAC after months of negotiation involving an outside mediator. Teachers were awarded a 2% cost of living increase, and the extra stipends for teachers at 22 so-called challenge schools were eliminated to fund the overall increase for all teachers. Subsequently tonight, we have ratified contracts with our support staff unions that also eliminate the challenge stipends and award a 2% increase. Teachers believe they deserve more than a 2% increase, and I don't disagree with them at all. Teachers at the challenge schools are understandably frustrated that they are losing income under this agreement. Teachers in schools have sought to bring attention to the lack of raises and the lack of respect they feel they receive for their hard work. A number of schools, especially at the former challenge schools, have elected to work to rule, working strictly to their contracts to bring attention to the extra work they give to students. As we've seen tonight, these teachers are speaking out eloquently in person, via email, and through parents and students about their passion for their profession and the frustration they feel regarding salaries and workload. I share their frustration. The Principals Union, AEL, voted to accept a 1.25 cost of living increase for all its members and to keep the challenge school stipends for its members at the 22 challenge schools. Principals certainly have the right to vote for their own best interest in terms of compensation. However, given the current unhappiness and dissatisfaction among teachers, particularly at the challenge schools, I am surprised that the school leadership would choose to keep their extra bonuses while their staff does not. The challenge school funds were created initially to recognize the extra work that certain high-need schools requires and to serve as an incentive for staff to remain at those schools, thus reducing staff turnover. While the teachers and other staff still have the same challenges and issues to face each day, they will no longer receive extra pay, yet their leadership will. If I were a teacher at these schools, I would find this grossly unfair, and I would also question the commitment of my school leadership to the instructional team. As a whole, we have an amazing group of administrators in Anne Arundel County, and the principals at these 22 schools are some of our finest. I believe, however, that AEL members have made a poor decision in choosing to separate themselves financially from their teachers. For that reason, I'm voting no to the ratification of the AEL contract.
I don't see any further board comments. Do we have any public comment on this item? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes 8-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to open up school about 5:30 tomorrow, so I take my leave.
Okay.
Good evening.
Item 4.10, the terms of employment for Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees for fiscal year 2016. Dr. Arlato, your recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend the approval of the terms of employment for Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees for fiscal year 2016.
Yes, previously the board issued terms of employment back in June. I believe it was the June 17th meeting, and based upon subsequent renegotiations with the bargaining units, there have been recommended amendments for both Units 5 and 6 who are unrepresented employees. The terms of employment for these employees would be a granting of a 2% cost of living adjustment with no step increases, and secondly, providing the equivalent of 1 additional day of annual leave for employees. And we are asking that the board approve these changes as well for Unit 5 and 6 employees. Thank you.
Mrs. Ritchie? Is there any public comment on this item? All those in favor? Motion passes 9-0-0. The next item on the agenda is item 4.03, the 2016-17 school calendar. What? Oh, you don't. Now you want to speak. Okay.
Remember, like 4 hours ago? I heard two things tonight that kind of resonate really well. One of them was said very early in the evening, and that was to have courageous conversations. And usually that means different things, but tonight it means talking about salaries. And so I'm going to say something about that. And then Mr. Myers also made a comment about, you know, when you do the same old thing over and over again and you get the same old results, you know, it doesn't really, that's not the way you do business. So when I came on this board, we were asking for the step increases, and they were told that we weren't going to get the money. And I'm like, well, why are we asking for the step increases? And they said, because we're contractually obligated to do that. And we're by school law and all these other, okay, fine. So we'll ask for them. So we go and we ask, and then we turn into fights, and ugliness ensues. And that's where we get to today. And every year we've gone, and every year we've asked for the step increases, and you know, we get people who say, don't buy Play-Doh. Well, that, you know, that comes out of whole different pieces. But anyway, the issue is that we have to look at the way we're doing it. And I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that it's not working the way we've been doing it forever and ever and ever. And maybe it's time that we stopped looking at doing it that way and doing it another way. And I would hope that the leadership of the unions and our leadership would come together and form a task force, form a work group, form something that will look at not restructuring the steps, because we've done that, but looking at the way that we do these, to be able to really truly ask for what we really need and being able to get it. And the problem is that we can't. And so we have to figure out a way to be able to get our county executive, whomever may be in place, because it didn't start with Mr. Shue. It started way back, even before all. I mean, I think, you know, Mr. Gary, there was a whole big thing with him. Okay, so this is not brand new, and it's always going to be a problem. I don't ever see it not being a problem. So we have to think of a way that's going to be able to compensate people fairly, but not the way we've been doing it, because it's not working. And I don't know what that means. I don't know how to do that. If we knew how to do it, we could have done it. So I'm asking that our leadership form something to start having some kind of conversations, and they may be courageous conversations. Do away with steps, do something else. Don't do away with steps. I don't know. but we can't keep doing what we're doing. And so I'm asking you, Richard, I'm asking Will Myers, I'm asking Dr. Arlotto well, our other ladies left, but to come together and to figure out ways that we can really truly enable us to compensate employees without us having to battle every year. Programs over people, get it. But the fact is, you got to have some of these programs because it wasn't working before for us. So we've put into place things that people want. But now we have to compensate people for it. So there is no easy solution, but we cannot continue the way we continue. We're going to come with us a budget. It's going to ask for the step increases. We're going to go down there and yell at them. We're going to show up at the work sessions. You're going to have 2 minutes to talk to the county council. And they're not going to give it to us again. And so we have to think of a way to do this. And I don't know what the way is, but I'm imploring people to come together to figure out what we need to do to move forward so that we can truly compensate, so we don't get into this, angst kind of thing every year. And so we're not arguing and fighting and making people stay up when they need to be home hugging their kids. So anyway, that's it.
Item 4.03, the 2016-17 school year calendar is an information to action item. Do I have a motion to move it from information to action?
No move. Second.
All those in favor? We now have an action item. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the 2016-2017 school year calendar and tentative approval of the 2017-2018 school year calendar.
Do we have a presentation?
Good evening. I'm Teresa Tudor, Senior Manager for School and Family Partnerships, and tonight I come to you as the Chair of the Calendar Committee.
I'm Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer for the school system.
Okay. As you know, the school calendar is set by policy. The policy says that we have a calendar committee. The calendar committee is made up of a group of people from the PTA, CAC, all of our 4 bargaining units, TAC, AL, you know them, most of them you saw today, the CRASC organization, the Office of Student Data, then other offices that the superintendent designates, such as school performance, curriculum instruction, athletics, testing, and then there's some others as we see fit that we might need. In the summer, we start to put together things, and first of all, there's a communication sent to all of those people asking them to send us who they want. They send the names forward that they want as their designees to the calendar committee. Once we get the names for the calendar, who's going to actually sit on the calendar committee for each of those different groups, then we actually send out an outline of the process of what is going to happen, and then a calendar booklet that gives them all the information that they're going to need to actually do some review before we actually meet face to face. This year we met for the first time on October 13th face to face, and then the group votes, and we do this every year. This isn't a new process. They vote to either meet weekly on a face-to-face basis or to meet online. This year they voted to meet online as they did last year. The committee is different every year, so it just depends on the group what they are more comfortable doing. The key points that we were looking at: first, we look at the negotiated agreements and what things that we must put in the calendar, the legal mandates, what days we have to have off, the holidays that we just traditionally give off, the priorities of the superintendent and the system, some of the different initiatives. This year, some of the key factors we were looking at: creating more opportunities for parent-teacher conferences throughout the year. We wanted to maintain the days for the achievement gap, professional development. We wanted to build in quarterly assessment structures.
And so before the committee began its work, we sent a communication out to all of our parents and all of our stakeholders. We did a news release. We sent an email containing all that information to all of our parents, posted it all on social media to try to get as much input as we can. As I said, we put forth the key areas for consideration, as Teresa mentioned, and those comments were provided to the committee before it began its work. We received 1,059 responses to an online link. It was not a survey, it was simply a comment link. It was not a structured question and answer. Some folks fell in multiple categories here, so if you add those numbers up, they'll come up to more than 1,059, but there were 1,059 unique responses. Two key findings, really: shorten the Thanksgiving break and shorten the Easter spring break. So as the committee began its work, and then Teresa will walk through the calendar and how it ended up, but those were the things that they kept in mind.
So this year, the way it is structured, school would start on August 23rd, pretty much about what it did last year. It would end on June 13th. The last day for teachers would be June 14th. We built in 5 snow days for emergency closings, as you asked us to do. If we didn't have any snow days, then school would actually get out lots earlier, which would be on June 6th. Thanksgiving break would go to 3 days. That wouldn't be any different from for all employees. It would just be different for students. That would be November 23rd to the 25th, and then the Easter spring break would go down to 3 days, which would be April 13th through the 17th. The parent-teacher conference days would be October 20th, December 2nd, and March 3rd. The Achievement Gap Professional Development Days would be September 21st, December 7th, February 8th, and March 15th. And those aren't full days. They're just 2-hour early closings. I don't want to mislead you on those. The end of the marking period, that's those early dismissal 2 hours where teachers get work time to grade assessments, would be October 31st and November 1st, January 19th and the 20th, March 29th and the 30th, June 12th and the 13th.
And those are the ones that are switched to accommodate the quarterly assessments.
And then there were 10 days that were in the previous one, so we did give December 22nd and then March 2nd. And March 2nd came out of a work group of teachers that said they thought that would be a good day because they could prepare for teacher conferences the next day. Easter Monday, these were just other points I thought I would bring to your attention. This is what we put in. You can change it any way you would like it, but Easter Monday could be used if we wanted to as a makeup day for snow. We would have to request that if we chose to do that. And additional days, if we had more than 6 days, would have to be added to the end of the year.
So we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mrs. Burge?
I think that my biggest concern is spring break, because when my kids started, I didn't have spring break when I was in school either. But I distinctly remember what the rationale was. It wasn't our families really need to take a week off. They really need to go on vacation somewhere. I remember there being an educational rationale for having a week off at spring break. I distinctly remember being told that there's such a long period of time in the spring with no real vacations, and that behavior gets really bad, and that week break is really important for both students and teachers to not be together. That's the only nice way to put it.
Well, when we talked about it, one of the reasons, and it wasn't the only reason, but one of the reasons was a spike in discipline.
Right. And didn't that spike go down after we started having spring break? Didn't we find that there were fewer student discipline problems after that?
I don't have that information with me, so I can't really speak to that today. The one thing I can say is that we had heard from a lot of parents requesting, and teachers requesting, a full week. Once we gave them the full week, we heard from a lot of parents and a lot of teachers saying, we don't want the full week. Because once we had bad weather, all of a sudden, they said, well, why are you giving us a full week? Why aren't you giving us less? Why do we have the whole Thanksgiving? Why do we have the whole spring break? We want to get out earlier in June. So, we didn't have it. We had never had it in Anne Arundel County.
Right.
And lots of people, because we are a county that's very migrant, people move in and out of our county, so they came from lots of other places, and they said, we always had it when we lived in New York. We always had it here. We always had it there. But we found that it is more expensive to travel during that time. So certain of our families certainly take advantage of that, but many of our families don't. Our families that are on free and reduced lunch, that's a hardship for them because they're not getting additional money to feed their children during these 2 weeks that we give them off. It's a hardship for them to feed their families. It's a hardship for daycare. So, and when we just put that question out, as you saw, the big percentage, now we didn't get a lot of response, and if you asked me to do another survey, we're not going to get a lot of response because people just, the most we've ever had on a survey ever in Anne Arundel County was about 4,000 people. So I think it's something that you all represent the county, and we know from feedback that we can make that decision. If you think that we should have it, certainly that's something we can put back in.
I mean,
But-
I guess, I mean, my big concern is that, I mean, what sold me on it, because I couldn't care less whether people go on vacation or not, really makes no difference to me. I was really concerned about the behavior issues, and that's what sold me on it in the first place.
And I guess we have to
wouldn't have
decide,
agreed to
yes.
it. I wouldn't have agreed to it so that people could go on vacation, really.
This board has also heard testimony in previous years. I think it was the Snowmageddon year where we were looking at taking away some of that spring break from AP
Yeah,
students who
and-
said,
Right.
you know, we need that time to prepare. And so,
And I'm perfectly willing to take people's vacations away from them for that too. I have no problem with that either, because to me, it's not about the vacation. It is about the school calendar. You know, everything else is secondary. And the whole purpose of why I agreed to the week off was because I thought it was best for our students and for everyone to not kill each other. I mean, I really think that's what it was about. They needed a longer period of time to not see each other.
And I think
I'm
the
not
whole
really-
thing is
don't
you're
really
just playing.
care what they do.
It's a guessing game. If we
Right.
have a lot of time off anyway because of weather, then they're already getting the break.
Right.
But you can't really predict that. So one year it's not an issue with discipline. Another year there could be more of a spike in it. You know,
And it
was
also
something
depends on when Easter is, because
that's the other thing that changes every year as
Right.
well. So it's just something that, as a person who gets the calls and answers the letters, I get lots and lots of input from parents telling me they really don't want the break. But honestly,
But you know,
I'm
as soon
the
as we
same
make
as
the
you.
change, you're going to get the other call.
We're going to get the other. As I tell you most of the time, about 50% is all we're going to please. So we could, you know, if you think there's too many changes this time and you'd rather not do all of those, we're glad to accommodate that. And we can do that at the table now, I think. So whichever.
And here's another question, and you may have said this, and I just didn't hear it. How many half days do we have in the proposed calendar?
14.
And how many were going to be in the previous? I mean, how many?
14.
So it's
that
the
has
same
not changed
number.
at all.
Okay,
And they're
because
2-hour early dismissals. They're not.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Right. That hasn't changed. That was what it was last year as well.
Because I was getting emails from some parents about 8 back-to-back, and I wasn't quite certain what they were talking about. I mean, to me, 2 in a row is a lot better than, I mean, as a parent
4
of
in
an
a row,
elementary school child, I'd rather have 2 in a row than 4 in a row. That's always been, you know, it's kind of hard to figure out what to do with your kid 4 days in a row, 2 hours early. So 2 days in a row is a little bit easier, because maybe you could take 1 day off and get early and find somebody else to do the other day. But yeah, it's a complicated world that we all live in.
Yes.
We're all juggling 14 million things. So, okay. So I just, and then is it the same number that's proposed for the following year as well? I mean,
Yes.
no, I'm jumping ahead. but-
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mrs. Ritchie.
I think that some of the concern is that like from August when we start to January, we have like 19, 18, 17 days off. And then from January or February forward, we only have like 7 days off. So I think that that's some of the concern, just because there seems to be a lot in the front end, but you know, and it makes it harder to break up and so forth. So I understand some of the
And that
concerns.
is true because of the holidays.
Right, I mean, and that's-
the
that's-
snow days are in that
right.
second half, because so while you're not seeing them, that is traditionally when those days are going
Right.
to happen. But there again, the spring break would be in that second half if you choose to do that.
Now, one of the things, one of the benefits of, being around forever is you remember discussion, and we didn't have Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur like 10 years ago. So I can't remember when they came onto the calendar.
It came about 13 years ago.
13,
right,
okay.
right. And that, don't
Okay.
quote me exactly,
I'm old,
but
so.
I've been doing it 12 years, and I believe it came a year or 2 years before me.
So some of it is, so so then we start hearing from other groups about religious holidays and a religious observance. And I know that we've made some concessions and to make sure that we're not doing testing on certain days and so forth like that on some other religious holidays and so forth. And we can't certainly ask people, do you want to have off or not have off? And we've looked at other counties, and there are, I think, about 18 counties, if I heard correctly, that don't take either one of them off.
Correct.
And there's a couple that take both of them off, and then there's some that only take one off or
Some
alternate.
Right. Some take just one, some alternate.
So did we ever consider that? Did we look at that? Did we think about that in terms of when we're looking at some of the days? And I'm looking at 19 days off at the beginning of that's an awful lot of interrupted. And one day, what's one day? But I mean, but because Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, the way they fall, they're very close together.
Right.
And so,
and
except for
sometimes
the
they
day they're on
don't fall
Saturday.
within. We only observe them if they're within the school week. But
And
the
one
calendar
coming up is
committee
fine.
did ask me to bring that to you. They did for this year. They just decided not to bring it up for the 16-17, but to certainly bring it to the board and ask them if we could consider having that as a topic for 17-18 and seeing what your feeling was about it. They had it open-ended, whether we decide to do one or the other, whether you decided to remove both, whether we alternated. They were open to different things, but they did want that to be on the table as something a way to gain back more days.
Okay. And then another question that I had to do with the professional development. And again, timing is not my strong suit, so I believe it was 2 years ago, we at that time added 5 2-hour early dismissal days related to cultural diversity and closing the achievement gap and talking about and professional development on those days, and they've since gone down to 2. And so sometimes we add things and we never go back and revisit how that's working. So you may not be able to answer at this time, but what I'd like to get is some information, because as I recall, the way it was supposed to happen was there was going to be like one day that was going to be totally counted. Everybody was going to have the same training. And that was sort of like to bring everybody up to the same level. And then schools were going to be able to choose which ones they needed as based on their schools, what they needed that may have been missing in their schools, and they needed to be able to provide. So, they may needed how to differentiate instruction to better reach kids. Somebody over here may have needed something about data, something over here. So each school was going to be able to, but that was going to be from like a menu, if you will, that they would choose from that specifically related to cultural diversity and achievement gap and that piece. So is that still happening? Are we still doing that? How's that working? And because I've heard some different stories, so I just want to, and I'm not against professional development. I'm not against using it for this purpose, but some of the lessons we should learn is you don't just put something in place and leave it and then 5 years later come back and, go, oh, it's not working. So let's, so I'd like to just get some information about that if you could provide that for the board, or, just to let us know what's kind of going on with that.
Sure, we'd be glad to bring some of that back to you. But in short, what you've explained is what's happening. And we can get you some more details, but it is originally was 5 days, and that was a number of years ago. It was added. We've been using. We're at 4, and we still have 4 days built into the calendar. And you saw that was reviewed, and it's been that way for the last several years. And we've got 4 days.
Right, and that doesn't mean that professional development doesn't happen on other days on other things. I mean,
correct.
But these
That was very
specific days,
specific. Yes,
because I
ma'am.
remember they were very specifically added for this purpose.
Correct.
And so I think that
And
it's
they
real
are still
important that we
still
continue
reserved
to
for that
ensure
purpose. Lessons are produced at this level and then pushed out to the schools, and then schools, based on where they are on a continuum of knowledge can then implement those lessons, and there's a variety, and that's still done from this level and then pushed out to the schools on each of those days. So there is some commonality across all the schools on a theme and a skill set, but then we try and give the schools some choice based on where the principal believes their staff is on any one of those issues.
What does make sense to do a training here that the staff really doesn't need, but they need over here? So that's, I understand that.
Mrs. Burge?
Just one quick question about calendar committee process. Does the group come to consensus or do they vote?
We come to we come to consensus, and how they do that is in writing.
Okay.
They do have to put it in writing, because
So I'm just
I can't
wondering,
come to you without that.
you know, usually you make 50% of the people happy. I'm wondering if your committee was, 51-49 on some of these decisions.
I don't come here to we're 100%.
Okay.
No. I have to have consensus.
Okay. That's
so
what
they all have agreed to this calendar. They might not like this calendar, but they have agreed that they can live with this calendar.
Okay.
I have that in writing.
I know how that feels.
I've got a few questions. My first is, are the 2-hour early dismissal days contractually obligated?
No, the board sets the calendar. Those are not the calendar. That's not negotiated with.
So neither the days for at the end of the quarter nor the professional development days are contractually obligated?
There's wording in there specific, and Melissa could really speak to that better than I could, but there's wording in there specific to student hours. But if we change the calendar, then that would be null. It wouldn't.
Okay.
affect it.
Can you tell us a little bit why Melissa's got
Melissa might want to talk
some
about
more
that
detail?
more, because she's the expert. I'd rather her say it.
Certainly. The negotiated agreement for Unit 1 members speaks about early dismissal days for students and what would occur on those days. Certainly, the board sets the calendar for students, and so if what occurs is not consistent with early dismissal days, then the language in the negotiated agreement would not apply. So if the board determines that there would be a reduction in the number of early dismissal days, then the negotiated agreement would comply with what the board decides.
Okay, so it doesn't specifically say we have to have
No.
6 a semester or anything like that?
No.
Okay. I was wondering if you could speak to why we're starting on a Tuesday instead of a Monday.
Well, I sure can. And there's no rocket science to us. I'm glad to put us back on Monday if that makes everybody happier. I really was just trying to give everybody an extra day of summer to start teachers a little later, coming in a little later. And I have to give the only thing that AFSCME asked for, the only thing that I need to give them to get consensus is to give them one day after teachers come in. I have to give them one day before students come in without teachers. It's not, we don't ever give that day just so we get teachers to work without getting paid. We give it because AFSCME needs teachers to come in, and then they find out some things. You know, they've worked all summer and they've got our buildings pristine, but there's always little things that they find out, last minute things that they need to do. So they ask for one day that they can do all those things. And I just decided to make it on a Monday because I was bringing teachers in on a Tuesday to give them that one more day of summer. And then lots of times parents will ask if we can not make the first day a full week. But some teachers have written to me since they did get the draft sent to them that they would just assume have a full week. So we're glad to start it because I can bring teachers in on the 15th, have them work Monday through Thursday, give AFSCME the 19th, and then bring students in on the 22nd. So it's no, there wasn't anything devious about it. I was just trying to give everybody one more day of summer.
And a similar question is, why are we starting our winter break on December 23rd, a Friday, instead of just finishing out the week and kicking off winter break on the 24th?
And do you want to address that, Melissa? Or that it is contractual because of in the negotiated agreements for AFSCME especially, and Melissa can address if it's in others, but if the holiday, the 24th, falls on a Saturday, then we have to give them the Friday before, and if it falls on a Sunday, we give them the Monday after. So since it falls the 24th, which is a paid holiday, falls on a Saturday, then we have to give the Friday, and we can't open the buildings without custodians in the buildings. So we have to give the 23rd off.
And then the following, this tentative calendar, it's similar issue?
Yes, it is.
We've got a Friday the 22nd and a Tuesday the January 2nd off. Is it also because of the AFSCME contract?
Yes.
Okay. What else do I want to ask you? Oh, well, I guess really those are my questions. My comments are really when I put on my teacher hat, I have a very similar concern to Mrs. Burge that we are, and Mrs. Ritchie mentioned it as well, we have 19 days off in the fall and we have 6 days off in the spring. And I know we can't predict the weather, but I know that I use my spring break every year to catch up. Maybe not on grading, most often it's grading, but when it's not grading, it's life, all the life things that I've set aside to be a teacher. And my students are ready for a break. I'm ready for a break for my students. And I'm concerned about the length of time we're going to go in 2017 without a break, only to come upon a 3-day week, or, a 5-day weekend, 3 days off. I'm also concerned as a teacher about the rhythm, getting into the rhythm of school in the fall, that we start and then we stop. And I know this is something that happens every year, but as we've said tonight, it's about a courageous conversation. We've been doing things this way all the time, but is it the right thing to do? So we bring kids in, we have off Labor Day, then we give them, then we dismiss them 2 hours early for professional development, even though we've just had professional development in August. Then we have October 3rd, 12th, 20th, 21st, and then a 2-hour early dismissal on 31st. Then we're back because of next year we have Election Day. We have another 2-hour early dismissal November 1st. We've cut back Thanksgiving, which I'm actually fine with because that's part of, if we added those days back in, we'd have 21 days off in the fall and 6 in the spring. You're telling me we can't mess with December 23rd. And then we've got our MLK holiday and all that takes us through the first semester. I would really like to see us get some days back for spring break, which means we need to recoup 3 days. And I would like to recoup them from the fall so that we have a little bit better balance. I'm willing to have the discussion about Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. If we have 18 counties that give neither one as a holiday and 5 that give both and 1 that gives just one, maybe this is the year that we try giving 1 instead of 2 and see how it goes. Or we put it out for comment. I don't know what the answer is. But I'd like to see a better balance for our teachers and for our students if we can do it.
My one thing, I think certainly if we wanted to do something, we could try doing 1. We could certainly change it where we brought teachers in on the, well, we would bring teachers in on the 15th. We would bring students in on the 22nd. That would give you 1 day. We would open on Rosh Hashanah. That would give you another day. I would then probably make up the other day by adding it to the end of the year. That would be my suggestion. I wouldn't do both Jewish holidays the first year, and that would give you a flavor to see what your public said. One thing that I have learned in the last few days that I probably wouldn't have thought of before, our staff at schools and our student data office really are waiting for your decision tonight. Tomorrow, those people who do scheduling at schools will really start to work on doing lots of work on, as soon as they get the calendar, they kind of start working on next year, their master plans and all. And they're telling me it's important that they get it sooner rather than later. And I was talking to someone, well, if we don't get it till the middle of December, and they're like, well, you just cut out 30 days of our work, that you're kind of cutting our hands. So my suggestion is, if we're going to do it, let's make that decision, use those 3 days and not survey, because you're still only going to get a small fraction of people answering. You're not going to get enough people that it's going to say, well, half of our county, because that we're never going to get that many of 4,000, still only 2,000 are going to say one way or another, probably, just from all our past history of the last 12 years of surveys.
If we do go that way, if we decide to remove either Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur, for example, I really don't want to remove them from the list so that they'd still appear.
Oh, right. They would still be a
Yom
religious
Kippur.
observation. We're still going to be an excused absent for
Right,
any
because
student or teacher.
that's on the backside. But if
Right.
we're going to do that, I would ask that we also add Eid al-Adha onto the calendar itself, because it is one of the 3 religious observance days on the back. So we're only listing 2 of the 3 religious observance days on this part of the calendar. Let's list all 3 if we're going to honor them as religious observances, even though we're not giving them as a day off. That's just a personal preference.
Okay.
I think that's all my questions and comments. Dr. Frank.
Hi, I've got a couple questions. First of all, I'm awful glad I'm not on the calendar committee, because obviously there are far too many things that need to be taken into consideration. But ultimately, I guess the question I have is for you, maybe it's for Dr. Olato, and that is, what is the most effective school year? When I went to school, everybody was ready for school after Labor Day, and by the time it got to Memorial Day, kids didn't pay attention anymore. That was the old times. Our teachers, I'm sure teachers are ready for school, but are kids serious about going to school when we start as early as we do and we end as early as we do? And I guess my last question for Dr. Olato, we talked about a tentative calendar for the following year. Maybe you could explain that.
I'll attempt to explain the latter first, in that it has been the history of this board that when they consider a calendar from year to year, they also take a year out. So it's just been a common practice for this board to see the calendar for not just what you're approving for next year, but what will look for you. Now, you're not officially approving it, but you're publicly acknowledging it and we're putting out there. And so that's the latter part.
I appreciate clarification.
In terms of the school system and the efficiency, we have to have 180 days of instruction. That's by state rule. And so if you want to start later in the year, that means you're going to end later in the year. It's sort of a zero-sum game. So it's whatever you take off on the front end or the back end, or you take from the middle. And there are some folks that would prefer to start later. But if we continue or we look to shorten the school year, we're gonna have a difficult time delivering all the instruction that we need to do. So it's a game. It's a bit of a game every year. But it has been the history of this board to start prior to that Labor Day. But anything that we want to take from the middle is going to be added to the end of the year. And that appeared to be, particularly with this calendar committee, if I'm not mistaken, one of the key concepts was, how can we bring the school year back in? We are finishing on June 17th, June 18th, June 19th the last several years, and is there any way to bring it closer to the beginning of June was one of the priorities.
Right.
And that led much of the conversation. I wasn't there, but if I'm
That
not
was
mistaken.
what most people at the table, parents, community members, teachers, that was one of the big initiatives they were trying to do. Get out earlier in June. No one was really, and even of all the teachers that responded after it went out to everyone, very few people mentioned anything about the start earlier time, starting later. That really wasn't something that came out. Spring break did come up a lot, but very little came out about that. In the South, they start earlier. They're starting the second week of August. In New York, they start after Labor Day, but they go to June 30th. So I think it's just kind of wherever you are in the country and what your tradition is.
Thank you for obtaining the consensus that you
But
have.
one thing I would say is you would not be giving approval right now of the 17-18, even tentatively, because whatever you decide on the 16-17, I would mock up the 17-18 to look like that. So if you're changing spring break around, I'd probably mock up 17, 18 to model what you were doing with 16, 17. And I'd bring it back
Bring
to
it
you.
back at a later.
Mrs. Summer.
I would like to make a motion to amend the calendar so that we would start on August 22nd. We would remove the Rosh Hashanah day off and add one day to the end of the school year so that we can put back in the days for spring break.
Second.
All right, are we taking a vote to amend it now? All right, Mrs. Ritchie.
I don't disagree, but I want to remind people this year when spring break came and we had warned people they were going to take away the days if we needed them for snow, and we've always done that, and we've never needed to do it. This year we needed to do it, and everybody was up in arms because we ruined everything and their whole life was over. So just remember, and I'm for this, but just remember, public in Bob's office, that you're going to get all those emails, and people are going to be upset when we have to take away a spring break day if that happens. So I just want to remind people.
So,
that
Ms. Rich, so you would need to make another amendment to the calendar, because this calendar on the back under inclement weather and emergency school closing says Monday, April 17th may be used as a makeup day. That's Easter Monday. Then additional inclement weather days, and after April 17th, any days needed beyond 6 will be added to the end of the school year.
Because it didn't have the first 2 days. So did you want us to take those first 2
Right,
days?
so you would need to
You'd have to
tell
make
us
that
how you
decision.
want that language to read.
Makes sense to me. I mean, one way or the other, somebody's going to be writing
Which-
nasty letters to somebody.
But,
so
if the language I just read to you stands, what that means is that
I
Easter
mean-
Monday is in play, but none of the rest of spring break
Well,
is.
then I'd like to move to amend to include that we change the language that it adds that instead of the end, because
Add it just
at
like
the
it
end,
was last year.
yeah, just like it was last year, just because.
Means we were taking, first we would request that Monday. That's not something that we can take. It's still
Correct.
Right.
by rule, though. I think there is some legislation
Coming
moving
through,
forward
yeah.
around the state, but we have to request that from the state for that Monday after
Right.
Easter, and then we would begin to take days from the spring break.
Right.
And then days added to the end of the year.
Yeah.
That would be the
progression.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
So I think the board just needs to be aware. So if you needed
Yeah.
2 days,
They
in
added
a
6,
hypothetical scenario, you would take Easter Monday and then that first day of spring break, which means that in that week, Monday is the only day you go to school, the Monday before Easter, right? Which is the scenario we had last year with the huge apple.
Or you can add it to the end. I mean, but
I just want to make everybody aware of that.
Right, but let me also
We
add
also
that.
added a day. We had 5 last time, but we added 6, right?
Yeah, 5
Six-
are built in.
5 are built in.
6 would be Easter Monday.
Oh, okay.
So you have 6 taken care of.
So-
Then anything else would be added at the end unless you take it away from
If we
spring
can take
break.
Easter Monday.
That's where you are
so-
right now.
Yeah.
Right, we have to get the waiver, and one of the things that, and these are conversations that you weren't necessarily part of, but we were part of with the state, and this happens each year, that, particularly within the last 2 years, is that the state wants to see that we've adjusted our calendar in some way, shape, or form before they allow us to take that Easter Monday. So it may not be a given. We can request it, but more often than not, the state will say, well, before we allow you to take that Easter Monday, we want to see you add a day to the
Right.
school year or take a day from spring break, and then we'll allow you to have that. It usually
Right.
is a stopgap measure for the state.
So if we take a day from spring break, if this doesn't pass and we only had 3 days for spring break, and we had to take now you'd only have 2 days for spring break. So I mean, they would still require you to take that spring break day, or add it to the end of the count. I mean, so it's not a matter of if we add these 2 days on and then do like we said before, that we wouldn't have had to do it anyway. We would have still had to been required. And so, yeah, Monday you go to school, and I know, and we're every kind of moron in the world, but
Well, before we did Monday, Tuesday, then we went after the other
Yeah,
one.
and the other issue is then we were already ending school on the 17th of June, so now you're ending on the 14th of June. So you have a couple of other days there to add at the end. The other thing the state requires you to do is make, in terms of schedule modifications, before it waives days from the end of the year. right? So if you use 10 snow days, hypothetically.
If I can also just make a point, in addition to needing a waiver from the state regarding Easter Monday, in our negotiated agreements, there is language that provides that Easter Monday is a holiday for our employees that are represented. Specifically, when you deal with SAAC employees, it's a paid holiday, and so as you will recall, we had to make modifications for the work year for employees to either give them an additional day to cover their coming in for the holiday, or in some instances, we arranged a memorandum of understanding with our SAAC employees for this year in the event that we had to use Easter Monday, that we would pay those employees for coming in for the paid holiday. So to keep that in mind, it just further complicates the adjustment of the calendar, because it does affect employees and their holidays as established by the negotiated agreements.
All right, well then add it to the end of the year.
Mrs. Birch.
I'm actually struggling to remember what I was actually meaning to say when I first, I was actually going to make the same motion originally that Julie did, but I was going to ask if we thought that it was best to vote on it now or put it out there again. Okay. But I'm not sure how I feel about changing the inclement weather schedule. I was a little, I don't know how to say this. I was a little disappointed in what happened this past year with the inclement weather, when I know there were, I have friends whose children were told by their teachers not to come to school because they weren't going to do anything. That disturbed me. So it kind of...
And we can add it to the end if you feel more comfortable doing that. It
disturbs me what happened, and I don't know if I want to be put in that situation again. It was very disturbing. I mean, my son's classes were full, and they still didn't do anything. It was disturbing. And I don't know if it was because the teachers who did come decided that nobody was going to be there, and so let's just, I don't know what happened. It was just bad. It was just bad. That's all I can say. And I'm not sure what the problem was. I know that an awful lot of people decided that they weren't going to work that day. I know that a lot of people, one friend of mine actually was home but didn't send her daughter to school because the teacher said, oh, don't bother sending your daughter to school because we're not going to do anything. And they weren't even away on vacation. That bothers me. I mean, if school's in session, you go to school and you learn. And so, but if that's what happens, then should that be part of our plan? Because we can't control everything. And if that's what's going to happen, then I don't want to waste a school day on my kid showing up for 6 class periods and not doing a darn thing. So it's just something to say and think about.
Mrs. Pickard.
As the hour is late, I think we need to be careful making any decisions based on anybody's anecdotal data. If we're going to move on this motion to only observe one of the Jewish holidays in the fall, I think we will know after we make this decision tonight how we proceed with the following calendar. And since we got out last year, Bob, I'm sure you can correct me when I say it wrong, but like the 19th or something last summer, it was late.
It was late.
So even if we added 3 full days of inclement weather, we're still at the 16th. We're still a little bit earlier than we were last year.
Right.
So I would just say, rather than waiting for a month to see if anybody responds to a survey, let's just jump. Let's do it. Get our spring break back. Take away Rosh Hashanah. add the 22nd in, start school on a Monday, which is really lovely for parents, and see what happens. I mean, we're going to make some people upset.
We leave them the way they.
Just sit
So-
with the Monday,
So we will
with the
try for
Monday,
Easter
and then
Monday.
add the rest of them.
So that would mean you would not touch spring break.
Monday.
Other than asking for Easter
Other
Monday.
than Easter Monday. No, just to be clear.
I do just have a clarifying question. If we're talking about removing one of the Jewish holidays as a day off, we're still observing it as a religious observance.
Right.
Next year, Rosh Hashanah happens to be on a Monday, which would create a 3-day weekend, and Yom Kippur happens to be on a Wednesday in the middle of the week. So do you have a recommendation? If we were going to drop one of them, should we?
I don't have a recommendation. I don't know if you want to decide to observe one, to go every other like some counties do. Personally, I don't have a recommendation on that. I don't know if you want to ask people that after we.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It seems like you guys are getting ready to vote, and I wasn't
Well,
sure.
we'll still take public comment before we vote.
Well, perhaps it would be useful to have a parent participate in this discussion. I know some of you are. I think I can maybe add a few things. First of all, I'm Jewish, and I have no problem with you taking Rosh Hashanah off the calendar. It's allowed as a religious holiday, so people who want to take it can take it. There's no issue there. I'm very happy to hear that you're putting spring break back into the calendar. I was completely floored when I got the email last week and saw that it was going away. So yeah, when you get 1,000 responses and you have 80,000 students in the school system, there are a lot of voices you're not hearing.
Exactly.
Right.
I also have a couple of questions. My first question
Could I
is...
ask you to save your questions till we finish our discussion, and then we'll open it up for the public comment?
Well, they're related, that they
But
are...
we still have other people that are in line waiting to speak as well. We have cards already for people that wanted to talk after we finished our discussion. Yeah.
Before you vote.
We promise. Yep.
Sorry.
Mrs. Burge.
I was actually going to say that if we were going to choose one in most years, I mean, and I'm not Jewish, but it's my understanding that Yom Kippur is the more important holiday, but I would want to verify that with someone from, like a rabbi, someone, I would think that would be the way to go.
We did have one of our teachers on the calendar committee was Jewish, and she said exactly what the parent just said. Doesn't matter to me either way. It's a religious observance. I'm going to do it. I take additional days anyway because I observe differently. I take 2 days for Yom Kippur. So it never has mattered to me whether you take it or not. So everybody has a different feeling. Other parents are going to feel differently, I'm sure.
Well, but since the purpose of closing on those days was to ensure that we were eliminating a disruption to school operations, we want to make sure that we're doing it on the day that would have the most people being out. So if more people are going to be observing Yom Kippur than Rosh Hashanah, then that's the day that we would want to do. So I'm saying we might not want to, if we're going to be, continuing to make that decision, we might not want to make that ourselves. We might want to speak to someone who's a leader in the faith to ask their opinion about what the best decision would be. I don't think that we're qualified to make that decision.
Okay, now I don't have any other board comments. Shara Cephas, Lisa Rodby, and Michael Ackerman had signed up, and the other gentleman, you're welcome to come back.
Thank you so much. I know you wanted to talk, but I really appreciate you, Madam President, for asking him to wait because I broke things down too. I'm so sorry. I was trying to raise my hand. This is not on the calendar, but I do want to suggest that if the board could maybe be the leaders in starting a petition for us to get those taxes raises, that's an idea. I don't know. That's my suggestion from what you were saying. Like if we would, maybe the teachers could back you, because I think that's the real problem. We don't have any money. I'm sorry. I wanted to give at least one idea. So I said that Sheriff Cephas, Annapolis High School. as I was listening to what was going on, I'm not sure if I should have spoken now or in the public comment, because my statements are about the parent-teacher conferences built in the calendar. My recommendation is, so now would be okay? This is okay, great. So it has been my experience. Even though it's my first year at Annapolis High School, I spent a decade at Annapolis Middle School, and I want to speak from that experience with regard to the parent-teachers conferences. Seems like you guys are working out Thanksgiving, so I'll scratch that part off my little topic, even though I am concerned along with Ms. Burge, because I did work, and I'm sure I still do, but I haven't experienced Thanksgiving with this new principal. At Annapolis Middle School, I had consistent leadership, and the expectation was clear. We're here to teach students. We're not here to play games. But I do know that that's because my principals walked into the classroom and made sure people were doing their job. And I don't want to disparage any other principal, but I have heard that maybe we want to encourage leadership to be in the classrooms around these times if we're going to make the Monday and Tuesday an actual class day rather than the teacher conference day of Thanksgiving, because you've still got people, me included, my family doesn't live here, who may still choose to take off work. I'm not going to do it next year. I'm just throwing out another perspective that kind of speaks to realities, encourage people to do their jobs and things like that. So anyway, the parent-teacher conference dates, I'm asking that a line or an article in the contract be added that allows teachers, teaching faculty, administrative, and support staff to vote on whether to work our normal hours or to modify our hours to better accommodate our families. I believe not giving schools a chance to survey their staff in an effort to determine whether teachers would be willing to work in the evening rather than their normal hours is unfair to educators and the parents we are trying to include. I work at a school where a lot of my parents work from 9 to 5. A lot of them live in DC, work in DC. And these are the more economically enhanced parents. Now, when we're talking about the other parents, when student-led conferences started, we voted as a staff to work evenings instead of the Monday thing. And I guess we were not supposed to because we got our hands slapped and we couldn't do it anymore. But then we had a 50% decrease. I'm so sorry, but we had a 50% decrease in parent participation. And I'm just asking that give the schools an opportunity to make the decision. I see the days are there. I'm fine with the days. I'm just asking maybe we do 12 to 7. Let us make a choice, because I think then we can meet more of our parents' needs in the contracts. Because I'm only seeing the parents that work at home or have, I want to see all of my parents. And I would work in the evening if I was allowed to, come in later on those dates. That's my request, that it's built into the contract somehow.
Mrs. Burge?
We don't have a problem with that.
Well, when contracts happen.
We don't have a problem with that. I'll just say that again.
We don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem with that. I did it myself. That's a personal preference. And nobody should be forced or hogtied to do what they don't want to do if they are not required to do it. But if you want to do it, great. Do it. And everybody does have a choice. I would say nobody didn't have a choice.
Just so that, because that's out there, let me see, we correct that for a second. It absolutely is a choice, but it's not something that we can allow in parent-teacher conferences school by school. We have to establish dates and times for parent-teacher conferences so it's common across all schools, right? So we could allow staffs to say, and you and I had this conversation about going, say, maybe 12 to 7, just to use your, it doesn't have to be those times, but since you made that suggestion, we did have that conversation about maybe allowing the staffs to come in a little later on those days so they could accommodate some of the parents. So it was a conversation that we had.
Right, you can let her know and we'll talk about it.
That's not what I'm suggesting. I want school by school.
And it's going to be a no.
Oh, sorry. I restarted.
Oh, okay. I'm Lisa Rodbian. I work at Arundel Middle School, and I'm really happy to hear that it sounds like you did hear a motion that passed to restore the days for spring break. Oh, you haven't voted. Okay, but at least that's out there. That is my biggest concern. Having a school week with 2 days in it or 3 days in it. So I actually have the same concern about the upcoming 2-day week right before our Christmas holiday. Many parents, whether or not they choose, whether or not they're voting to support it or whether or not, the fact is that huge numbers of students will be absent on those days. And so you end up with, and I understand Ms. Burge's concern about, not doing instructionally meaningful activities. Even if you do, you end up having to repeat those instructional activities afterwards for all the kids that weren't there. And you end up with a patchwork of makeup work and absenteeism. And I think weeks with 2 days in them, 3 days in them should be avoided at all costs because they're instructionally not valuable. They are diminished. They are, from a personal perspective, I'm just going to advocate for spring break. It's exhausting work, and to go for that long a period when, teachers, we're pretty hemmed in to when we can take our vacation days. We can only take a certain I don't know what all the rules are, but, we're pretty limited. We have to take the breaks when we get them. Obviously, we get a huge fat one in the summer and everybody is envious, and that's great. But, I like my family all lives far away, and I need to see them more than just once in the summertime. And to see them during, the long weekends at Thanksgiving and in spring break is just not financially realistic, or that's just not cost effective for me to try and go and visit my family several states away. So I'm urging you to actually, to put those conference days back in the Thanksgiving slot where they were. I don't know that having them quarterly is necessarily going to be, extremely meaningful. So, yay for spring break, 2-day student weeks. That's all. Thanks. I'm tired. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, and thanks for being on our team.
Hi, I'm Michael Ackerman, so I was actually on the list. I apologize for jumping in earlier. It kind of seemed like you guys were proceeding to a vote. I too am very glad that the spring break issue has been addressed. That was my motivation for coming to this meeting. I have a couple of other questions. My first question is, why are all the half-day professional development days on Wednesdays?
Originally, they were actually put on the same day for consistency so that staff would know when they were and to get in a rhythm for them to have it.
Well, there's a general feeling in the professional community of parents where one spouse or both spouses work that the school system does not really take their schedules into account, and having half days in the middle of the week is much more disruptive to a working parent schedule than having it, say, on a Monday or a Friday. Monday or Friday, you could actually do something useful with it. Well, Friday particularly. Wednesday, there's absolutely nothing useful you can do with that day except take time off from work, right? So I would urge you to, if there's no logical reason for it to be on a Wednesday, I would strongly suggest that it go on a Friday. My second question is, Easter is actually on March 27th in 2016, correct?
Let me look at my calendar.
So I'm wondering why the Easter break is in the middle of April.
No. We're 16, 17.
Okay, so... Okay.
This
sorry.
year.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then my last question is, so in June, the last two, the state mandates that there are 180 days of instruction. Is it 180 days or is it a number of hours?
Both. It's two different, completely separate things, and we have to track them both ways. You can't combine the two in any way.
So speaking back to Lisa's comment about 2- and 3-day weeks, the Monday, Tuesday in June, half days right before school ends are completely useless. My child comes home from school and he tells me these days are completely useless. Nothing happens on those days. So we keep talking about adding days, subtracting days. We have useless days in the schedule. 12th and 13th of June on the current calendar. the last 2 days, half days, right before the end, are completely useless for educational purposes.
Well, there's got to be a first day and a last day. And so the schools use the last day to culminate the year, to reflect, to enjoy each other, sign yearbooks. I mean, it's the last day of school is never going to be the most highly productive day.
Right, so why not make the end of the school year on a Friday? And, yeah.
Because you still have to have those days. You still have to have them in.
But we also, part of it is the instruction. So when, say, at the high schools they give an exam, or middle schools they give an exam, they have the exams in the morning, and then the staff has got to have time to grade them in the afternoon and get their grades done to finish out the school year. And so there's actually a purpose. It might not fit your purpose as a parent, but there is an educational purpose in that teachers have to have time to grade their exams, get all their grades done, get the rooms together, and check out for the end of the year. And so those things have to happen also.
So is that what the teachers do on those half days?
At the end of the year, they're closing out their grades. Absolutely, they're closing out their grades in their classroom. So those are parts of.
Would it be better to give them an extra full day to do that and not drag the students in?
I do. The teachers always have one day beyond the student day. So there's always built into the calendar. The teachers have one day beyond the student day. So that is built in also.
Right, but what I'm saying is that those 2 days that are half days at the end of the school year are useless for instructional purposes.
But they count it to the 180 days.
It's a philosophical thing. We're not going to be able to fix that. So thank you.
All right. Thank you.
When they're in high school, they won't be useless.
I also
They'll be
just,
doing
I want to
exams,
point out,
but in elementary
Mrs.
school, I
Tudor,
think so.
the Wednesday for the early dismissal, professional development days, to me, that makes a lot of sense, because if it's in the middle of the week, you're not going to tempt parents to not send their child to school that day.
Exactly.
If you did it on a Friday, the parent would say, oh, it's only a part day anyway, let's go away for the weekend.
Yes.
So by having it on a Wednesday, you've eliminated that temptation that for those of us who have kids in school would say, well, you're only missing 4 hours. That's not so bad, which I know it's very tempting. So I think that we've actually done well by putting it in the middle of the week, because we've removed that temptation.
And I don't want to certainly take the credit for all of that. Lots of people in curriculum and instruction and looked at that, and when they were planning, we were first starting these discussions, and really had lots of thought was put into it. It wasn't just a willy-nilly decision that was made.
And if you put it on a
lot
Monday
of
or a Friday,
people put a lot of thought into that.
You're going to have more kids not showing up at school, and that's not the purpose.
And we don't want to tempt our teachers either to take half a day on a Friday and not attend the professional development. I mean, that's always a temptation if you did need to extend your weekend as well. We want everyone to have the advantage of it, to take the advantage of that.
And I do know that, my children still on the 4.5 hour days still come home having learned. It's not like the 4-hour days are no learning days. Now, at the end of the year, it's different, and that's why I'm kind of glad with this schedule there's only 2 of them instead of 4. That's an improvement over, because that was getting to be an issue sometimes in especially elementary school, I think. But on during the regular school year, the early dismissal days, there's still so much learning going on. So I like it that we have it in the middle of the week. I think that's better for our situation.
I understand your point, but
can I call the question, please? Oh, okay.
As from a parent's well, I think, frankly, going back to there were a lot of teachers here earlier who were really pissed, and the
we
reason
have
why
to let our board member finish his conversation. Yeah. Mr. Webb.
The reason why they're pissed is because there isn't a back and forth conversation.
That's not how a formal meeting is run. I'm sorry. We go by Robert's rules.
Thank you. I was just wondering, has there ever been any consideration given to consolidating some of these partial days, early dismissal days, maybe having one full day of professional development rather than having, say, 2 early dismissal days or 3 early dismissal days?
We would love to do that, but we would have to pay the teachers an additional day, and we don't, that's a lot of money. So, or we'd have to bring students in another day. I mean, that's a day we're taking away somewhere from, when we do that. That's still a day in the middle of the year that we're going to do that. If you're taking 2 hours, that counts as a full student day. If I'm taking a full day for professional development, I've got to add a day somewhere for the students. That's a whole student day that doesn't count. So that I'm still adding to the calendar.
So we're just playing a numbers game that satisfies
It's very much a
state
numbers game, and
requirements.
we really must keep seat hours. Every time there is a power outage at a school, every time there is a 2-hour late opening, we have to monitor that. We keep very strict charts of that, and MSDE looks at it every day. We have to keep those seat hours as well as the day hours, and they're two completely separate things. So they're monitoring how long our students are sitting in those seats. And the 2-hour early dismissals, when I build the calendar, I build those hours within that calendar, and I give us a cushion. So I build enough hours in to give us a cushion. There's 24 additional hours at the high school, but the middle school and elementary school have lots of hours of cushion built in because they don't have as many hours required as the high school does. But we start out with a 24-hour cushion of additional hours for all those 2-hour early dismissals or for weather, not the 2-hour early dismissals that we build in. I already have that cushion built in. But it's very much something that we have to monitor on a regular basis. And if for some reason, if we didn't use all of our days, say, but we used all of our days and we had 180 days that our students had gone, but we had lots and lots of 2-hour early openings or late openings, or we brought students home early and we didn't have enough seat hours, we'd have to bring them in additional day or additional half day to make up those seat hours. We've never been in that situation because we build this calendar to try to guarantee that never happens. But many counties in Maryland have had to do that. And they look at that for the diplomas. That's how you get your graduation. If you don't have those seat hours, those seniors don't get their diplomas. So it's very important that we keep all of that monitored every year. So we pay lots of attention to that when we're doing calendar building and every day. And I keep that chart on my little board above my desk so anybody can see it at any time. If I'm not even here, they can go and look at how many hours we have at any time built in there.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor as amended to start school on August 22nd, convert Rosh Hashanah to a religious observance day. We'll be in school that day, and add an additional day to the end of the year, which would be June 14th for students, last day for students, to recoup spring break, April 10th, 11th, 12th, those 3 days. We are keeping the inclement weather as written on this draft calendar.
Okay.
All those in favor? Motion passes 900.
Thank you.
And then we are, just to clarify, we are not voting on the 2017-18 calendar this evening because you're going to
I'm going to
mock
modify
up
it to
similar
align
to
with
what
this
we-
calendar.
We just did.
And
bring it back
you'll
to
figure out when report cards will be distributed since they
All
won't-
of that will be
Okay.
adjusted, and you'll get a new version, just so you have all of that.
Okay.
Ms. Korbelak, so you just voted to approve that motion. You now need to vote on the full calendar.
Okay. Thanks, Tyson Jr. He's good. Mrs. Pickard, do you have a comment?
Well, I was just going to make sure that we say publicly, because I like to do that, say publicly that when we're not voting tonight on the 2017-2018 calendar, but when we do, it will still be tentative.
Yes.
Correct.
Don't pay for your vacation until it is finally approved.
True.
All right, now we have a motion on the floor to approve the entire calendar as amended. All those in favor? Motion passes.
Thank you.
900. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 4.04, the Monarch Academy Annapolis Campus Contract School Agreement and Site Approval. This is an information to action item. Do I have a motion to move this from information to action? All those in favor? Dr. Olato, your recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the contract school agreement and the proposed school site for the new Monarch Annapolis contract school.
Welcome.
Good
At 11
evening.
something.
Good evening, President Korbelak, Vice President Nally, Dr. Olato, members of the board. My name is Pat Crane. I am the Senior Manager of Alternative Programs. Before we get started, I'd like Steve Baldwin from the Children's Guild to introduce himself in case you have any questions about the facility or any school-related questions.
Hi, I'm Steve Baldwin. I am the Treasurer of Monarch Academy and the Executive Vice President of the Children's Guild.
Thank you. I would like to take just a few minutes this evening to provide a brief history of the Monarch Academy Annapolis campus, formerly known as Monarch Central. The governing board of Monarch Academy Public Charter School submitted a charter application for the Monarch Academy Central campus in February of 2013. And in July of 2013, the board approved that application. In October of 2013, the board then approved the school's 5-year charter contract. Several months later, in July of 2014, AACPS and the Children's Guild began discussions about locating Monarch Central in the Annapolis area and opening it as a contract school. This was done for two specific reasons. Number one, to provide an additional school of choice to families in the Annapolis area. And number two, locating the school in this area and opening it as a contract school would provide AACPS the opportunity to alleviate overcrowding at identified schools in the Annapolis cluster. In addition, we also agreed upon a number of other changes that were approved through a contract addendum by the board in March of 2015. One of those changes was that the Board of Education approved the location once it was identified by the Children's Guild. Tonight, we are pleased to announce that they have located a wonderful site for the school at 2000 Capitol Drive in Annapolis. If that site is approved tonight, construction could begin as early as fall of 2016. Further, by moving from a charter to a contract school, several changes to the originally approved charter application were required. That contract has been reviewed by the board's attorney, Mr. Bennett, and was provided for your review. We would like to publicly thank the Children's Guild for demonstrating a great deal of openness and flexibility throughout this process, and we look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you, and we are available for questions.
Mrs. Hummer.
Yes. So in the contract, it says that we do have the language that Anne Arundel County Public Schools, we may weight the lottery as needed based on overcrowding at various schools. It's not spelled out exactly how we will weight that or when those determinations will be made about weighting. What is the process going to be for that? It's not.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. So we've consulted with the gentleman that holds all of our charter school and contract school lotteries. He does charter school, magnet school lotteries all over the country. We talked to him. He said, weighting these lotteries will be no problem. Any way you want to weight it is fine. But his recommendation to us was that we do not apply a weighting factor until we know who has applied to the school. Once we've identified the student populations from the 3 identified schools, we can then break down the enrollment. We can assign weighting factors at that point so that we obviously achieve the goal that we want to achieve through the lottery and the enrollment.
So the plan is that you wouldn't, for instance, tell a school and say, okay, this year, school A is going to have a weighted chance, you have more of a chance to get in. We wouldn't be saying that. We'd be waiting until we got the applicant pool and then doing so. So we would, I guess, so the deadline, let's say, what is our deadline? Say December 1st.
Yeah, mid-December
And so
usually.
then together, Monarch and the school system would make the determination
correct.
for how that would be, and that would be on a year-to-year basis.
Correct.
Dr. Frank?
Mr. Crane, I just wanted to say publicly, thank you. I had a number of these questions, and you were kind enough to take time during the day to help me answer these questions, so thank you very much.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure.
Mrs. Ritchie?
Two things. One, just to speak to the waiting piece of it, because we may change what, if we say we're going to wait these schools, that the purpose of this is to help to decrease some of the overcrowding.
Correct.
That was why we were so adamant about bringing it into this area, because that was a way to help to release some of the overcrowding. And so by doing that unintentionally, some other schools get overcrowded, and then that's a way to kind of shift that around. So so the people don't think it's a matter of we're just letting the whole purpose is to look at the numbers.
Right.
And so if a school looks like it's too crowded, or there's a lot, we can add a little extra weight so that those students may come off the top to be able to fill the seats and so forth. And I know this is like at the very beginning, and you gave us some really, well, I can even figure out the pictures, so that's amazing there, because I
Color
usually
coded.
can't. But I think we got an email or somebody said something about, oh yeah, that's great, less windows, no playground. You all don't plan to put them in. I mean, they're going to go in this building, but you're going to modify that building, right? I mean,
Yes,
and we're going to ensure that there's
Yes, there's extensive
an
renovation.
area for the children to be able to have recreation and,
Yes,
and
there's-
so forth like that. I mean, this is what it looks like now.
Yes.
Because I haven't had the opportunity to go to Laurel to the contract to Monarch up there, but I have been to the one that's in Glen Burnie, that's in the warehouse district. And once you get past the front door, you wouldn't even know you were in a.
Correct. It'd be the
And I don't
same.
want to say it's not a warehouse district. It's a bunch of business office
Flex
complex.
space warehouse.
But once you go in, you don't even know you're in an office complex. It's a total transformation. So I know there was somebody who was like concerned because there's like no windows, and you all are going to ensure that this
Yes,
is a
there's
child-friendly.
There's extensive renovation. Will be the same physical environment, and there's space in the back of the building. It's actually a parking lot at this point where we're going to remove the asphalt, and there'll be a significant play area there,
Yeah.
as well as the children's playground that we typically have with the special poured-in-place surface. And
Right.
all that'll be at this school as well.
Yeah, I mean, you all do our, geared towards children. You got it in your
Yes.
name, so.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you for stepping up and being a part of, moving us to an area that we're able to provide great opportunities for kids.
Thank you. Our relationship with the board and with the staff of the school district is just phenomenally wonderful, and we appreciate having the opportunity to work with you all.
Mrs. Hummer?
And I just want to say, if you haven't been, you should visit the existing two Monarchs. They do amazing playgrounds. I mean, amazing. And so I can't wait to see what they do for this one, because the new one at Monarch Global is fabulous. And then if you haven't seen the Neptune at Monarch Glen Burnie, go see it. It's incredible. So.
That's right. I remember that.
I just had a follow-up question about the weighting. I understand that we'll wait and see who applies to figure out how the schools will be weighted for the catchment area and any other number of factors. Will that algorithm be brought back to the board for review at all, or is that just going to happen?
Dr. Alato, I think we can.
I think we'll work with the
certainly.
vendor that does our lottery, does lottery not only for the charters and
Yeah.
around the country, but also does lottery for our choice programs. I think we'll work with them on developing on what the algorithm look like, and then have discussions with members of the board. I don't think it's something that we need to bring back to the board for a vote, but it's certainly we'll certainly talk about the schools. You'll know the enrollments or projected enrollments for each of those schools, and as we adjust from one year to the next, those are conversations I'll have with members of the board.
Okay, and then I just had a couple sort of typo things on the contract that we caught. On page 35, Section 1 of the agreement said Monarch will notify the AACPS Chief Operating Officer / Director of Budget. I think that job title's been changed to Director of Financial Operations on page 35.
I can certainly check on that and
Okay.
verify.
And then on page 38, I've been told we no longer have school books. We have school funds online. So just the software, AACPS software contracts, i.e. Blackboard, school books.
Okay, at the bottom of page 38?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. Thanks.
I don't know that we need to, we don't need a motion to change that. You'll just fix the typo for us.
We'll modify it.
Okay. Style and format, right. Is there any public comment on this item? Ms. Ellis? We do. My very last card for the night. You.
Anyway, good night. And the reason why I say good night is my family's from the Bahamas, and that's the way we greet one another.
No.
Okay. First of all, I am Odessa Ellis, and a board member of the Southern Maryland Charter School Incorporated. Our board submitted a charter school application to the superintendent in 2012 to establish an all-male charter school to improve the academic achievement of Anne Arundel County minority high school males and to assist in closing the achievement gap. According to County Executive Shu's office, the county is determined to bring down the size of our school by building smaller neighborhood schools to improve working conditions and academic outcomes. We were encouraged to withdraw the application because it had been scored too low for the superintendent to recommend funding. We withdrew the application, however. The need for such a school still exists. I wish to recommend that should the Board of Education approve this contract school application, the purpose of the school would not only be to relieve the overcrowding problem in our elementary schools, but it will be designed to solve another problem, the achievement gap, and to meet the identified needs of minority males in the city and county. I have two sons, and I said this earlier in another meeting, that graduated excuse me, from Annapolis High School, and they're doing well, but so many of their friends are probation, jail, not doing well at all. And there's a need for us to try to recognize what's going on with our, especially our African American males. I'm sickened every day when I read the newspaper, the Capitol, and I see boys that I knew that went to Annapolis High School going to jail 25 years, 12 years. I know one boy got 30 years, a friend of my son's, for 3 strikes, I think, whatever. But anyway, the preparation for these young men coming out of high school, I think we need to really look at that because because they're graduating, but they're not really being successful and having, a career or to be able to take care of their families. So I'm asking the board to, this charter school, or the contract school rather, are we going to address that in community meetings on who's going to be part of that? Because I noticed in the Capitol, it says that it's going to focus on arts and IB programs. So, we need to have a lot more discussion about this. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all those in favor of the approval of the Monarch contract? Motion passes 900. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is 4.05, the Chesapeake High School Open Space Enclosure Design and Development. This is an information to action item. Do I have a motion to move this from information to action? All those in favor? Dr. Arlato, your recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the Chesapeake High School Open Space Classrooms Enclosure Design Development.
And we don't really have a presentation, but if we have any board questions, any public comment? All those in favor? Motion passes 900. Item 4.06 is the North Glen Elementary School Kindergarten Edition Design Development. This is an information to action item. Do I have a motion to move this from information to action? All those in favor? Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the North Glen Elementary School Kindergarten Edition Design Development.
Is there any public comment on this item? All those in favor? Motion passes 900. Item 4.07, the Odenton Elementary School Kindergarten and Second Floor Edition Design Development. This is an information to action item. Do I have a motion to move this from information to action? All those in favor? Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the Odenton Elementary School Kindergarten and Second Floor Edition Design Development.
Second.
Mrs. Hummer?
I just had a question for clarification. I know the state had come out to take a look to ensure of the size, and I'm assuming that all went well and full approval for what we wanted to do.
We believe so. We're anticipating formal notification of that, but our preliminary indications are that they would be receptive to the notion of us building the project in its entirety.
Great. Thank you.
Is there any public comment? All those in favor? Motion passes 900. Item 4.08, the Woodside Elementary School Kindergarten Edition Design Development. This is an information to action item. Do I have a motion to move this from information to action? All those in favor? Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the Woodside Elementary School Kindergarten Edition Design Development.
Second.
Is there any public comment? All those in favor? Motion passes 900. Item 5.01 is a review item, the monthly financial status report and FY 2016 revenue and expenditure projections. Are there any board questions? Any public comment? All right. Just a couple of...
I have a question. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Summer.
When we look at the page that says spent through October 31st, fiscal year 2015 versus 2016, the amount, like textbooks and instructional supplies, is like hugely greater last year than this year. What was the difference between?
Largely has to do with the purchase cycles. Now, the chart you're referring to is grant funded, so we received grant funding specific to that. I mean, the more genuine look at the issue is on the prior exhibit, where it's our conventional operating funding,
which
and
looks
so
very
they're parallel.
And then,
but the grant chart historically has always been very lumpy, depending on whatever determined conditions are of whatever grant we want. So if the grant was specific to MOI, if we were successful in that, we would have had a large buy last year. This year, we may not be, that grant may have not been available, or it may have expired, et cetera, so we don't have the same purchasing category. So the grant chart has just historically been a little deceiving. You know, the truer picture is on the conventional general operating budget chart.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple of announcements. The next Board Policy Committee meeting is Wednesday, December 9th at 1 o'clock. The next Board of Education meeting is Wednesday, December 16th at 10 a.m. And the next Board Budget Committee meeting is Wednesday, December 16th, 1 hour after the conclusion of the public board meeting. And that concludes the meeting for tonight.